So this morning's going to be a little bit different just from the aspect of our National Highland Show. So we would like to get our ceremony started off today by welcoming in the Denver and District Pipe Band for some playing of the bagpipes to honor our ACA National Show here at the National Western for the 36th annual. So we will welcome in our pipe band as they will play some Scottish tunes for us. Special thanks to our Denver and District Pipe Band for playing and serenading us some music this morning. And we will now get started with our open show for our Highlands for the ACA National Show. And we'll also have two rings going. We'll have our prospect steers moving in our South Show ring. So we appreciate everybody being here and online as well at ringsidelive.co. We appreciate everybody joining in and being here to support our exhibitors here for the last time here up on the hill at the National Western Stock Show. Making their way into your Highland show ring, which is the Northern show ring. This is Class 101 of heifer calves born of June 1st of 2024 or later. We will have in this class entries 4027 from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pigscaw, Iowa. We'll have entry 4025 from Martin Family Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 4026 comes to us from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pigscaw, Iowa. 4029 comes from Martin Family Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 4030 comes from Beyond Hope Farm of Ellendale, Minnesota. 4031 comes from Windmere Farms of Junction City, Wisconsin. 4032 comes from Angel Mountain Ranch of Pueblo, Colorado. And rounding out our class is entry 4033 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Those are your entries that will make up your first class of Highland heifer calves for your open show here at the ACA National Western Stock Show 36th Annual Exhibition. Walking in your Southern show ring is now our Prospect Steer Show. This is the National Western Stock Show's Prospect Steer Show for class number 1. We'll have 10 entries that will make up our first class of Prospect Steers. These steers were born January 1st of 2024 and or after. We'll have entry Creedley Post with a weight of 632. McKinley Long with a weight of 648. Hunter Sanders with a weight of 663. We'll have Sean Roth with a weight of 673. We'll have Melly Hidalgo with a weight of 677. Cody Harrell with a weight of 678. Savannah Ingram with a weight of 687. Caleb Thompson with a weight of 690. Those are your entries that will make up your first class of your Prospect Steers.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, over here on the Highland side. What an honor and a pleasure to be here with you all this morning to sort through your cattle. And as we work into our first class of young heifer calves, I think we've got a dominant winner here in the young lady's heifer in the middle of the ring. From the moment she hit the gate, that's one that just grabs your attention in terms of the way that she's constructed at the ground. And then as she gets set up and paints that picture from the side, that's the silhouette that I'm going to be looking for all day. She comes to you also with an abundance of rib shape and natural dimension. That's a nice heifer to go ahead and lead us off. Congratulations to her. The heifer that comes in next, I think, is just a broody, cowy type of a female that I appreciate a lot of things about, just from a natural thickness and boldness of rib shape kind of aspect. Where this one gets beat for me, young lady, is when we set her into motion. She gets a nickel straighter through her shoulder there. She wants to come up in her top line ever so slightly as we ask her to circle, but that's a good one to stand second as well. Congratulations to you. If you like them really elegant fronted and feminine from their shoulder forward, you're going to fall in love with the heifer that comes out here next. She's extremely long-necked and thin there about the way she ties her neck into the top side of her spine. That one also paints you a nice picture. She probably gives up a little bit of natural dimension in terms of her rib cage. She's shallower bodied from her forerib all the way back to her flank. And then as you watch this one travel, she just closes up a little bit, both coming and going. And I'd like to just make her a little more genuine at the ground to go ahead and compete with those two heifers above her, but another nice one from the side as well. The black heifer that comes out here next, one that I think has that cowy look that the two heifers that win this class do. She gives up just too much in terms of natural dimension. She wants to get awfully close there at the ground. She maybe comes apart just a little bit from a balance standpoint in terms of the way that she's laid in about her shoulder. Just not as pretty from the side, but a nice prospect for that young lady as well. The heifer that comes out next is one that I think just has a lot of value to her from a cow standpoint, one that's got some rib shape, one that has some length of body, maybe just isn't quite as nicely balanced. I'd like to redesign her in her hip structure and the way that she handles her rear leg as she travels the surface, but a nice one for that gentleman as well. Another female here that comes out next that is extremely feminine and smooth-shouldered. I like her levelness of hip, one that just doesn't have enough to her for me as we study her coming and going. A female that just gives up a little bit in terms of weight per day of age, but a nice prospect for that exhibitor as well. A lot of the same things can be said for the two that are going to round us out, both very long-bodied heifers that have some soundness as we ask them to get around the arena, maybe just don't balance up quite as well and don't come with the extras that some of those ahead of them do, but a nice way to start off our National Highland Show. If you would, please give them all a round of applause.
Your placings for Class 101 of your Highland heifers: 8th place, 4025 from Martin Family Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 7th place, 4029 comes from Martin Family Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 6th place, 4024 from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pigscaw, Iowa. 5th place, 4032 from Angel Mountain Ranch of Pueblo, Colorado. 4th place, 4026 from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pigscaw, Iowa. 3rd place, 4030 comes from Beyond Hope Farm of Ellendale, Minnesota. 2nd place, 4031 from Windmere Farm of Junction City, Wisconsin. And your class winner was 4033 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Now walking in the ring for your Highland Show is Class 102A of heifer calves born of May 16th through May 31st of 2024. This class has entries 4035 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. 4036 from Clearwater Springs Highlands of Brighton, Colorado. 4037 from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. 4038 from Highland Connection of Lawrence, Kansas, and rounding out our class is entry 4039 from Runamuck Ranches of Yakima, Washington. Those are your entries that make up Class 102A.
Over here on our Highland side, again, a dominant class winner for me in this black female that the young lady has here in the center of the arena. That one is sweet looking from the side. I love the thinness and shape that she's got to her neck and the way she ties it high into the top side of her shoulder. That one, for this age, has that big old natural swoopy rib cage in her, and I just think that she gives you an awesome look from the side. But where I think she really excels is when we set her into motion. That's one that I like her structure in this particular class quite a bit more than the rest of them, quite honestly. She's softer in her pastern, she's more correct in the angle to her shoulder. If we're going to get critical on her, I'd maybe like to pick her up in her pin set just ever so slightly, but that's nitpicking a nice female to win this class. For me, I guess the decision comes between second and third. The other black heifer's a little bit more moderate in terms of her kind, and if you're good with that like I am, you're going to use her to win just based at the ground. She's better in the angle to her shoulder, she's truer in her knee from there to the ground. That's a female that's bold and wide from end to end, and I think those things in her advantage in terms of structure is what lets me put her over this roan-colored female. The roan female is one that when she's parked and set up, you really like her silhouette. She's long-bodied, she's long and feminine about her front end. Young lady, when we set this one into motion, that's where she concerns me a little bit. She's too straight in her scapula. She wants to just get out and struggle a little bit more off of her front end when we ask her to go. But a nice long-bodied, deep-sided type of a female for her. A really wide-pinned one comes out next, one that has a bold rib cage in her, and I like those things about that yellow heifer that's going out there. One that just doesn't balance up for me in terms of the way that she's put together. She's a little bit bolder in her shoulder, a little bit rounder out of her hip. I just like to make her a little bit more elegant in this show ring setting. And the gentleman's gray heifer that rounds us out is one that you have to appreciate the length of body that she brings to the table and the femininity that she has. Unfortunately, that one just doesn't have enough to her for this judge. She's a little bit narrower, both coming and going. She wants to close up in her knee and she hawks in from behind, but that's a nice, productive type of a female in terms of growth and length of body. If you would please give them all a round of applause as we close out that second class.
Results coming in for Class 102A of your Highland heifers. 5th place, 4036 from Clearwater Springs Highlands. 4th place, 4039 from Runamuck Ranches. 3rd place, 4035 from Sky High Farms. 2nd place, 4037 from Holy Cross Ranch. And your class winner was 4038 from Highland Connection. In the ring at this time for your Highland show is Class 102B of heifer calves born May 1st through May 15th of 2024. We will have entries 4040 from Black Hills Highlands of Spearfish, South Dakota, with the breeder of Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. We'll have entry 4042 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. 4043 comes from Moody Heifers Cattle Company of Cookeville, Tennessee, with the breeder of Hrupek Riverside Highlands of Callaway, Nebraska. 4044 comes from Spear Farms and Highland Spice of Brentwood, California. And the last entry for your class is 4046 from Clara Wallace of Vandalia, Missouri, with a breeder of 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. This is our last class in our division of Division 1 of Intermediate Heifers within your Highland show. Your results for the first class of your prospect steers in your Southern show ring. 10th place, Schleining Genetics. 9th place, Cody Harrell. 8th place, Melly Hidalgo. 7th place, Schleining Genetics. 6th place, Creedley Post. 5th place, McKinley Long. 4th place, Hunter Sanders. 3rd place, Sean Roth. 2nd place, Savannah Ingram. And your class winner was Caleb Thompson with a weight of 690. In the ring at this time for your prospect steers is going to be our second class. We will have entries from Kelsey McVicker with a weight of 697. Danny Santee with a weight of 698. Kaysen Gerondo with a weight of 699. Lauren Spate with a weight of 699. Morgan Britton with a weight of 702. Trip Moss with a weight of 704. Morgan Britton with a weight of 705. Case Carnahan with a weight of 711. Nora Eben with a weight of 716. And rounding out our class is Natty Hood Bremer with a weight of 718. Those are your entries that will make up your second class over in your Prospect Steers. We'll take the time to introduce our prospect steer judge while he evaluates the ring. It's Dr. Ryan Rathman. Ryan is an associate professor in beef cattle biology and a holder of the John W. and Doris Jones Endowed Professorship in the Department of Animal Sciences and Food Sciences. He got that from Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas. Ryan has a BS in animal science and an MS in reproductive physiology from Texas A&M and a PhD in ruminant nutrition from Texas Tech. Ryan teaches courses in cow-calf management, animal breeding and genetics, and artificial insemination. He conducts diversified applied research, including cull-cow reconditioning, confined and semi-confined cow-calf system management, and beef cow sustainability. Ryan is the all-time winningest coach in collegiate history, having coached 9 national championship collegiate livestock judging teams, 3 at Texas A&M and 6 at TTU. He's also got 5 national champion meat evaluation teams. Ryan operates RK Cattle in a registered Red Angus seed stock operation. He judges livestock shows extensively across the United States and abroad. To date, he has sorted over 400 shows in 40-plus states. Ryan is married to Kayla Coles Rathman, and they have 2 daughters named Kinley and Carly. We appreciate Dr. Rathman being our judge for today's prospect steer shows as he evaluates our top exhibitors.
You're backwards. You're second. You're first. Over here on our Highland side, this is a high-quality class, and this top 3 here, I think, are cattle that around ringside, if you want to sort a little bit differently, I sure wouldn't argue with you. And for me, I guess the combination female of the 3 of them is this young lady's here in the middle of the ring. She's the one that, for me, puts it all together, both from a look and balance standpoint. And then more specifically, as we ask the cattle to travel, she's the one that holds her top line together the most correctly, the one that just seems the most comfortable as we ask her to get out and go. That's a bold-ribbed, stout-made type of a female as well. A nice place for me to start this class. If you want to make a decision here between second and third and you want to use the yellow heifer over this little black heifer, I wouldn't argue with you. To me, the black heifer is just more genuine in terms of her kind. She's bolder and truer in the way she comes out of her top side of her spine with her rib cage. She's the stouter, pinned, wider, stifled female, and I like those things about her. She's also the more elegant in terms of her look. I'll find a better place to stand. She's more elegant in terms of her look when we study her through the way she's made there in her shoulder and the way that that ties back into her forerib. That's a female, though, that if you want to say, Melissa, she needs a little bit more flank and body, I sure wouldn't argue with her. I'd like to drop her down there in her flank as well. The super cowy female is the yellow heifer here that ends up third today. Depth of body to burn. She's stout enough and wide enough constructed. That's a female that maybe just doesn't pull it all together from a structure standpoint like I'd like to see. Her top line wants to come up in her, and her tail set's just a little higher than what I prefer, but that's a darn good female to be walking out in the third hole. The dun-colored heifer that comes out here next is one that you just like her lines in terms of her length and straightness of top, her length of hip and levelness there. Young lady, that one ran into a buzzsaw of a class. She just needs to be more everywhere in terms of her rib cage and her flank and her stoutness, but that's a smooth-shouldered, feminine type of a female that you can be proud of as well. A lot of the same things can be said for the young lady's heifer that's going to round us out. Exceptionally long-bodied, a female that I like her thickness to her pins. That's one that I'd maybe like to give a little bit more flank and balance to as you look at her from the side, but a nice female for that young lady as well. Put your hands together for those exhibitors, if you will, please. My voice is
Some results to get to real quickly before we get our other judge, Melissa Smith, to give her reasons for her division drive in the Highland Show. 9th place over in your prospects was Morgan Britton. 8th place, Trip Moss. 7th place, Nora Eben. 6th place, Case Carnahan. 5th place, Danny Santee. 4th place, Lauren Spate. 3rd place, Kelsey McVicker. 2nd place, Kaysen Gerardo. And your class winner was Nady Bremer. We'll move into our 3rd class, which will include entries Emma Fassett of 728, Tristan Hastings of 734, Trip Moss of 744, McKinley Long with a weight of 748, Ellie Crosscobb with a weight of 748, Schleining Genetics Team with a weight of 750, Adelie Letterman with a weight of 750, Lane Crosscobb with a weight of 752, and Ian Madden rounds out your class with 753 and a entry of 756. Over in your Highland Show, we now have our class winners that have returned from classes 101, 102A, and 102B. Our judge, Melissa Smith, will select your champion and reserve champion Division I intermediate heifers. Your champion will be receiving a banner sponsored by Leah White Farms, and a reserve champion will receive a banner sponsored by Scarlet Sunrise Farms.
As we get into the drive over here on our Highland side in our first division, I'm really pleased with the 3 heifers, the class winners that we have out here. In terms of what they bring to the table, they're all cattle that I think have that look and balance from the side. They're cattle that are bold and true in their rib shape, and most importantly, they're cattle that when we get them out and ask them to go, they cover the surface comfortably. Their angles are right, and the way that they handle themselves is very appropriate. Sure, there's some differences in terms of where they're at from a maturity standpoint. The young lady's red heifer calf here is a little bit younger and a little more immature, and you can read that through her forerib when you compare her to the 2 heifers right behind her. But that's a female that I just love the look and silhouette that she paints from the side. I think as that thing continues to grow and mature, she's going to be one that you really, really like as she goes on throughout her show career. The young lady's kind of brindle-colored heifer here is one that's just super, super cowy, one that I love her sweeping rib shape from her forerib all the way back to her flank. I love the angle and the set that she's got to her rear leg and pastern there. She's maybe a little bit plainer in terms of the way that she's made through her front end compared to the heifer that goes especially right in front of her that wins that first class. And like I talked in class, I'd maybe like to square her up and pick her up in her pin set there ever so slightly, but that's a nice female as well. And then the heifer that comes out of our 3rd class here in this division, I think that's one that just is super, super swoopy in terms of her rib cage. Another one that I love the way that her feet set down at the ground. She's square and honest there. I like those things about her. I think that she's a leveler hipped option compared to the heifer right in front of her. And I think you just have to go out and select the type of females that you like. I'll put the microphone down and go show you the 2 that I prefer. If you would, please put your hands together for the exhibitors in this first Highland division.
Your champion Division I intermediate heifer comes from your 3rd class, 4042 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. We'll now move in our 2nd place from our 3rd class for consideration for the reserve champion. That 2nd place entry will be entry 44 from Spear Farms and Highland Spice of Brentwood, California. Your reserve champion intermediate was Highland Connection. We will now clear out our ring and bring up our next class. Our next class for our Highlands will be Class 103A of heifer calves born of April 16th through April 30th of 2024. Within this class, we will have entries 4048 from 4-store Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. 4049 comes from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. 4050 will come from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. 4051 will come from Black Hills Highlands of Spearfish, South Dakota. 4052 comes from Tayton Farms of Shelley, Idaho. 4054 comes from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. 4055 comes from Leo White Farms of Charlotte, Michigan. 4057 will come from Windmere Farms of Junction City, Wisconsin. And rounding out our class would be entry 4058 from Rory Baxter of Brighton, Colorado. Those would be your entries that will walk into the ring here shortly. That will make up Class 103A of Highland Heifers. Your results for class number 3 on your prospect steers. 9th place was Schlanning Genetics with a weight of 750. 8th place was Ian McFadden of 753. 7th place, Ian Madden with a weight of 756. 6th place was Emma Fassett with a weight of 728. 5th place was Lane Crosscobb with a weight of 752. 4th place was Ellie Crosscobb with a weight of 748. 3rd place was Trip Moss with a weight of 744. 2nd place was McKinley Long with a weight of 748. And your class winner was Adelie Letterman with a weight of 750. I believe at this time we will now bring back our class winners from classes 1, 2, and 3, and we will do our division. So that is correct. We are going to bring back our class winners from our first 3 classes. From your first place, Caleb Thompson. 2nd place being Savannah Ingram. From your 2nd class, 1st place, Natty Hood Bremer. 2nd place from class 2, Kaysen Gerardondo. 3rd class, 1st place, Adelie Letterman. 2nd place, McKinley Long. Those are your top 3 class winners, and our judge will select your Division I champion and reserve champions.
Over here on our Highland side, I think this is a class that maybe you have to stop and take a minute and do some sorting and decide where you're going to lay your priorities. And for me, the one that goes ahead and sorts to the top is the young lady's white heifer here in the middle of the arena. I think she's just the best combination of look and balance and structural correctness, and then having that along with the genuine bold rib shape and enough power and dimension to go ahead and put together the type of cattle that I'm looking for today. That one's super good in the way that she ties her neck into the top side of her shoulder. I like her levelness out of her hip. I like the way that her tail head's set into her. And then when we ask these top 2 cattle to get out and go, she's just the better structured one in my opinion in terms of the way that she grabs and reaches off of the ground off of both ends of her structure. The young lady's other white heifer here is one that maybe is wanting to fight the halter a little bit, and took me a minute to get a little bit of a read on where she lies from a structural standpoint. I think this one's just more rigid off of both ends of her skeleton, maybe doesn't handle the ground quite as nicely. And when we get these things parked, she wants to run downhill ever so slightly, maybe just isn't quite as neat and tidy through that front end as is the heifer that goes out in front of her, but that's a nice female for that young lady as well. I think a natural fit here in the 3rd place is the young lady's black heifer. This is one that's got a ton of dimension working in her. As you get up on top of her, she's bold and square there out of the backside of her shoulder. She's super wide pinned. Unfortunately, that also brings a little bit of a concern in terms of her pattern. As we get off of the side of her, she wants to get a little bit rounder out of her hip there. When we ask her to get out and travel, she doesn't handle that rear leg quite as nicely. Maybe wants to tuck it up underneath her ever so slightly. I guess the heifer that maybe poses some problems is this young lady's roan-colored female here. If you study this one for the way that she's made at the ground, her structure, her balance, her smoothness, I love a lot of things about this one when she's presented out here and stopped. Again, she's really super smooth and correct in terms of her structure. Unfortunately, you can all see she's the lightest weight one in this class. She's the smallest framed one. You have to make some decisions in terms of weight per day of age and what is she going to do from a growth standpoint. That's certainly concerning for me, but I think just in terms of her quality of structure and balance and the other quality things that she brings to the table, that's one that sorts up into the top half of this class. If you want to take the added weight per day of age and growth in this silver female, I won't argue with you. She's one that I think has a lot of depth of body, one that I like when she's stopped. Unfortunately, young lady, she's too rigid off of both ends of her skeleton. She's too upright in her shoulder. She doesn't flex and function out of that hawk and rear pastern as good as I'd like to see. And I'd like to drop her down in her flank ever so slightly, but that's a nice female as well. A tremendously long-bodied female comes out here next, one that certainly has a structure advantage over the heifer that goes out in front of her. If we talk about the way that she handles her rear leg and just the set and function that she's got there, unfortunately that one's too closed up in terms of her genuine makeup, both coming and going. I'd just like to pull her apart and maybe balance her up a nickel neater to go ahead and move her up any higher in this class. A lot of the same things can be said for the two females that come out next. The blonde heifer here is one that I love the big square hip that she's got. She's smooth about the way that she's laid into her shoulder there. I just need more depth of body from end to end. I'd like to drop her down in her flank and just mass her up. And the silver heifer that rounds us out here is one that just doesn't balance quite as nice from the side. Maybe doesn't have that show ring appeal as some of those others that go out, but I like her depth of rib as well, a female that can get out and go. If you would, please congratulate those exhibitors.
Your top 5 individuals from your first division of prospect steers. First place, Natty Hood Bremer. Second place, Caleb Thompson. Third place, Kaysen Giordano. Fourth place, Adelie Letterman. And your top 5 is Savannah Ingram. We'll move right along into our next division, which will be our second division. We'll start off with class number 4. Class number 4 of prospect steers will have a weight range of 761 to 779. We'll have a total of 10 entries that will make up our first class in our second division. We'll have entry Grady Moss with a weight of 761. Bays Hastings with a weight of 763. Kelby Hess with a weight of 765. Boston Johnson with a weight of 766. Caleb Ramsey with a weight of 767. Landon Spate with a weight of 767. Miranda Leatherman with a weight of 770. Mary Friend with a weight of 771. Aubrey Weiss with a weight of 775. And Ian Madden will come in the last part of our class with a weight of 779. Those will be your 10 entries that will make up your next class of your prospect steers.
Over here on our Highland side, I apologize about my voice. We've been here for 2 weeks showing cattle, and the stock show crud is catching me. They said you're all having a hard time hearing me, so I'll try and speak up as well. But if you'll bear with me on that, I'd sure appreciate it. As we get this next class out here, I think this is one that you have to take some time and do some sort on, and I'll be real honest, I don't just really love the structure and the natural width in any of these cattle, and honestly, the one that I think sorts herself to the top as we study them and analyze them and really break them down is the young lady's black heifer. Gosh darn. Okay, sorry. Is the young lady's black heifer here in the middle. When you get up on top of this one and just study her down her top, she's the broadest and she's the widest pin there. And I think as we get them into motion and study her through her chest floor and watch her track away from you, she's the one that just is the most honest. I think she's also the boldest and truest in the shape to her rib. I would like to see her go out of her front end with a little bit more comfort and ease, but I don't think there's one in here that's any better than she is, and that's the one that I feel most comfortable landing on. The red heifer here that comes out next, I love the silhouette that she has when this gentleman gets her set up. I like her natural depth of forerib and flank. I like the levelness of hip that she's got. And that female, I like the set to her rear leg and the way that she uses her pastern as we watch her travel the surface. I think she gets too closed up from end to insert. She gets too narrow both coming and going, and I just like to pull her apart and open her up. But I do like her smoothness of shoulder and her thinness of neck. That's a nice female to go out second. If you like those really extended fronted, long-bodied, elegant ones, you're going to fall in love with this next black heifer on the stand. Unfortunately, young lady, it's when we set this one into motion that she concerns me. She's too straight off of both ends of her skeleton. She doesn't hold her top line together as nicely as what I'd like to see. And then I just read that one to be just a little bit flatter in her makeup all the way through. She's flatter in her rib cage, flatter in her muscle. I just like to stouten her up all the way through. But standing, that's an exceptionally good fronted, elegant make type of a female. The gentleman's silver heifer that comes out here next is a little bit more moderate in terms of her kind, and that's okay. That's a female that has some power working in her, and I appreciate those things about her. Gives up a little bit in terms of weight per day of age, but I think where she sorts herself into that fourth hole is just in terms of the way that she uses her feet and legs. She's truer from her knee to her ground. She's from her knee to the ground. She's more appropriate in terms of the way that she handles her rear leg as well. She's smoother about her joints than is the young heifer that comes out next here. This one's super, super long-bodied, one that you have to appreciate those things about. She's very smooth and feminine in her makeup. That's a female that, for me, we just need to redesign from a structure standpoint. She gets too closed up in her chest floor and she wants to come in at her knee. That's a female that just needs more power and punch all the way through to go ahead and move her up any higher in this class. A lot of the same things can be said for the young lady's red heifer that comes out next, maybe a little bit greener in terms of her condition, and that's okay, but in this class I think she just gives up too much in terms of balance and just the extras that she needs to go ahead and move up any higher, but the young lady does a nice job with her as well. Please put your hands together for those exhibitors if you would.
Your Class 103B Highland Heifers results. Sixth place was 4061 from Winland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. Fifth place was 4064 from 11M Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. Fourth place was 4062 from Leah White Farms of Charlotte, Michigan. Third place, 4067 from L&S Cattle Company of Mason City, Nebraska. Second place, 4066 from Trafalgar Square Farms of North Pomfret, Vermont. And your class winner was entry 4068 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. In the ring at this time for the Northern Highland Show Ring is Class 104A of Highland Heifer Calves. They were born of March 16th through March 31st of 2024. We have entries 4070 from Lone Pine Livestock of Pixcott, Iowa, 4071 from Leah White Farms of Charlotte, Michigan, 4072 from Oak Grove Farm of Elmira, New York, 4073 from Schulte Farms of Pleasanton, Nebraska, 4074 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan, 4076 from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming, 4078 rounds out our class from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Those are your entries that make up Class 104A of your Highland Heifer Calves. Your results for class number 4 on your prospect steers. 10th place, Ian Madden. 9th place, Miranda Leatherman. 8th place, Aubrey Weiss. 7th place, Boston Johnson. 6th place, Grady Moss. 5th place, Kelby Hess. 4th place, Bays Hastings. 3rd place, Landon Spate. 2nd place, Mary Friend. And your class winner, Caleb Ramsey. Walking into the ring at this time now is class number 5 of your prospect steers. We will have entries Jace Hines with a weight of 783. Brock Welp with a weight of 788. Crocs Raymond with a weight of 792. Addie Hoaxkin with a weight of 796. Braxton Wooten with a weight of 798. Phoebe Richmond, weight 799. Tyler Thomas, weight 800. Vienna Sells Olive Ranches, weight 804. Ryden Post, weight 804. Reed Ragsdale with a weight of 804. Trotter Thomas with a weight of 805. Gracelyn May McClure with a weight of 806. And another entry from Gracelyn McClure with a weight of 806. Those are your entries that will make up class number 5 of your prospect steers. Now we'll hear from Melissa Smith over on our Highland show for our judges' reasonings.
Another class out here on our Highland side that I think warrants some sort, and you have to decide where you're going to lie your preferences. And I'll be honest, I would like to melt down this class winner just a little bit in terms of her condition. I'd like to tidy her up in her chest floor just a little bit. But I think when we really break these cattle down and analyze them for what they are, I think that's the female that best combines some show ring appeal and structural correctness with still enough rib cage and stoutness from end to end. That's one that I just feel the most comfortable landing on in this class. The young lady's black heifer that's going to come out here next is presented a little bit more in her working clothes, and I think if you get past that and really study this one for what she is, she's just the sounder made option compared to the brindle heifer that ends up third. She's more correct in the angles as they're laid into her natural skeleton. She's the one that gets out and covers the surface with more flex and reach off of both ends of her skeleton. I think she's the most honest and fresh in terms of her appearance, and when you talk about condition, and you get right up on top of this female, and she's got some natural thickness to her, a female that balances up good enough for me from the side, a female that just in terms of her structure beats the brindle heifer that comes out third. When the brindle heifer hit the gate, I thought this was one that would certainly run up to the top end of this class. I love her stoutness. I love her natural body and depth of flank and all of those things about her. When this one quits fighting the halter and gets parked and lets you get a look at her from the side, that's a female that I think you can like as she's standing still. Unfortunately, young lady, when she gets on the go, we just got to redesign her a little bit. She gets too stealthy off of both ends of her skeleton. She doesn't want to flex that hawk as good as I'd like to see. And she kind of comes apart just a little bit there in her top line, particularly over her loin and just the way that she's made through her tail head. But you've done a nice job with that heifer as well. Another nice balanced female when she's stopped is the dun heifer that comes out next. Extremely smooth in her makeup and the way that she ties her neck into the top side of her shoulder. She's flat made there as you get off on the side of her in terms of her shoulder and the way that she gives you a nice feminine look there. She ties those things together nicely. This is a female, again, that when we set her into motion, maybe just doesn't get out and go with the authority that I'd like to see, particularly off of her rear leg there. A female that just has to go a little bit better for me. The young lady's red heifer, I think the same thing can be said for her. This is one that's really genuine and bold in terms of her rib cage as it comes out of the top side of her spine. A female, though, that's just coarser all the way through. In terms of the way that she's made, her shoulder is a little bit more upright than what I'd like to see. And as she travels away from you there, she wants to hawk in ever so slightly and just doesn't have that natural thickness compared to some of the females that go out right above her. A really level-lined, long-hipped female comes out next, one that I like the femininity about. She's wide to her pins there, and I appreciate that about her. She just doesn't have the extra depth of body and just overwhelming quality that some of those other heifers in front of her have, but a nice project for that young lady. The blonde heifer that comes out next, tremendously long-bodied, one that I appreciate. Her foot size, one that just doesn't have that depth of body. She's a little bit opposite in terms of her lines. I'd like to tuck her up in her chest floor and drop her down in her flank to balance her up a little bit nicer as we get off on the side of her, but a nice female for that gentleman as well. Please, if you would, put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 104A of Highland Heifers: 7th place, 4071 from Leo White Farms of Charlotte, Michigan. 6th place, 4072 from Oak Grove Farm of Elmira, New York. 5th place, 4078 from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. 4th place, 4070 from Lone Pine Livestock of Pixka, Iowa. 3rd place, 4074 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. 2nd place, 4076 from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. And your Class 104A winner is entry 4073 from Schulte Farms of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Now moving in the ring is Class 104B of Highland Heifers. These calves were born March 1st through March 15th of 2024. We have in this class entries 4079 from Back to the Roots from Watkins, Minnesota. 4080 comes from Star Lake Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. 4081 comes from Bauer Farms of Bucyrus, Kansas. 4082 comes from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. 4083 from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. 4085 from Winland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. 4086 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. And entry 4087 comes from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. Those are your entries that make up Class 104B of your Highland heifer calves.
an interesting trio up here on the top end of our Highland heifer class. And as you start to analyze them and break them down, the one that I feel most comfortable starting with is the gentleman's red heifer here in the middle of the ring. I think just in terms of quality and look from the side, that's one that you really have to like. I like the way that she runs uphill. She's fresh and neat in her chest floor there, then opens up into a big swoopy rib cage with enough power. But she's the one that I think as we get him out and ask him to travel, she holds herself together the most appropriately from a structural standpoint. If you like them broody and cowy and just overwhelming in terms of body and mass, you're going to fall in love with the black heifer quite quickly. And I do appreciate those things about that one young lady. Unfortunately, where she gets in a little bit of trouble for me is when we ask her to get out and go. She just doesn't hold herself together quite as nicely. She's shorter and more jammed up there through her front end. She doesn't handle her top line as nicely and wants to really roach her top there as we ask her to travel the surface. But that's an overwhelmingly powerful type of a female to go ahead and be in the second hole. I do appreciate the top line on the go of this little red heifer more than I do the black heifer that goes out right in front of her. She's more collected there in her top line as she gets out and travels the arena. Unfortunately, I think she just gives up a little bit too much in terms of the rest of her feature to go ahead and beat that black heifer, but that's a good made, sound, structured female that still has enough to go ahead and sit comfortably in that third position. The young man here doing an awesome job with this female that ends up fourth is one that just ran into a lot of power and mass in front of her. This heifer is one that I read to be just a bit more immature in terms of her body. She's tighter in her forerib there, she's tighter in her flank, but that's a female that I think has some natural thickness and functionality. I like her foot size and bone, and the young man does a tremendous job getting her stuck. The female that ends up fifth in this class, another one that I think is just really, really stout featured everywhere you want to study her. She's bold behind her shoulders. She's square and thick there at her pins, and she takes that advantage down to the ground compared to the heifers on either side of her. Unfortunately, young man, this one just doesn't go good enough for me. She's too rigid in her structure off of both ends of her skeleton, and if we could free her up from that standpoint, we could certainly talk about moving her up a spot or two, but that's a good, powerful female to go out in the fifth hole. The roan female here is one that I just read to be super practical in terms of the way that she's put together. She's got some natural center dimension. She's one that I think has some femininity and some fluidity of structure. She just doesn't come as a nice of a package as some of those that go out in front of her. Just a little plainer to look at and maybe doesn't have that natural width at the ground as we study her leaving the ring here today. The young lady's gray female that comes out next is one that I think has a lot of future in terms of her growth pattern if she gets out and catches a lick there. One that's long-bodied and smooth and feminine in her makeup. She just doesn't have enough to her. She's a little shallower in her flank. She just doesn't have that extra show ring quality to compete any higher in this class, but the young lady's doing a nice job with her as well. A super skinny one in terms of her condition here, just greener in terms of the way that she's presented. This is a female that has some depth of side. She's one that's big-footed and heavy-boned, and I do like those things about her. Unfortunately, I think we just need to make her bolder all the way through. I read her to be flatter ribbed and flatter in her muscle as we study her from end to end, but the young lady does a good job with her as well. If you would, please put your hands together for those exhibitors in this class.
Your results for class number 5 of Prospect Steers. 10th place, Graceland McClure. 9th place, Jace Hines. 8th place, Addie Hokeson. 7th place, Trotter Thomas. 6th place, Brock Welp. 5th place, Graceland McClure. 4th place, Reed Ragsdale. 3rd place, Tyler Thomas. 2nd place, Vienna Sells. And your class winner was Croy Ryman. In the ring at this time for your Prospect Steer Show is now going to be class number 6. Class number 6 is our last class of our 2nd division. Class number 6 include entries from Brock Welp with a weight of 810. Danny Sainty with a weight of 810. Sage Carnahan with a weight of 810. Keith Page, weight 815. Adeline Mears with a weight 816. Landry Welp with a weight 818. Morgan Britton, weight 820. Elizabeth Quick, weight 821. Camden McKay, weight 821. And rounding out our class is Marianne Fassett with a weight of 821. Those are your entries that will make up your last class of Division II for your Prospect Steers born January 1st of 2024 or after. Some results to go over quickly within your Highland Show Class 104B of your Highland Heifers. 8th place was 4079 from Back to the Roots from Watkins, Minnesota. 7th place was 4081 from Bauer Farms of Buckrest, Kansas. 6th place, 4085 from Woodland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. 5th place was 4087 from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. 4th place was 4082 from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Minnesota. 3rd place was T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls. 2nd place was 4086 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. And your class winner for Class 104B was 4080 from Star Lake Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. In the ring at this time for your Highland Show is Class 105 of heifer calves. These calves were born January 1st through February 29th of 2024. We'll have entries in this class 4088 from 4-Star Highlands, 4089 from Highland Connection, 4090 from 4-Star Highlands, 4091 from Carey and Cattle Company, 4092 from Schulte Farms, 4093 from Schulte Farms, 4095 from Jenner Bargain Acres, 4096 from Mountain View Farmstead, 4097 from Back to the Roots, and 4098 from Mid Lakes Highlands. These are your last class Highlands. We will have our class winners come back and return for our judge to select your Division II junior heifer calves right after the conclusion of our top exhibitors being selected by Melissa Smith.
Another really nice trio on the top end of this class, and if you want to stand ringside and sort your preferences a little bit differently, you certainly can do that, and I wouldn't argue with you. For me, the one that I think is the most genuine in terms of the way that she's presented today, in terms of her freshness and condition, and when you consider their age and their future, the young lady's black heifer, here's the one that I gravitate to. She's the high-quality, good-looking one that can get out and motor this ring and travel for days. I really like those things about her. If you want to say, Melissa, of the top three, she's the lightest muscled, I probably wouldn't agree with you. But is she a light muscled creature relative to the world? Absolutely not. I think that's a nice female to go ahead and land on the top end of this class. If you like them powerful and stout and just cowy all the way through, you're going to gravitate to the red heifer, and I won't argue with you at all. Of the top trio, I think she's the heaviest in terms of her condition. I think she's coming apart there just a little bit in her chest floor as we study her for her age. She's plainer and thicker about her neck. I'd like to lean her up just a little bit, but that's a female that when she gets parked and gets sides off on the side of her. She's really nice in terms of her lines, in terms of her balance. She's deep in her forerib and her flank. That's a female that's got tons of power. I'd maybe like to loosen her up off of both ends of her structure just a little bit to make her ideal, but that's nitpicking a really, really nice one. Another really athletic female comes out here in third. She's longer and thinner about her neck. She's probably a nickel fresher in terms of her condition, and I do like those things about her compared to the red heifer that goes out right in front of her. That one just maybe isn't put together quite as nicely from a balance standpoint. She wants to get a little bit weak there behind her shoulder, just doesn't collect herself quite as nicely as the two heifers that go out in front of her when we ask them to stop and set up and give us that show ring look. But that's a good one as well. The young lady does a tremendous job getting her shown. Another bold, centered type of a female that's got some stoutness working in her is the red heifer that comes out here in fourth. That's one that you have to appreciate just the natural width and power that she's got. She comes in a little bit more of a piecey package in terms of her makeup and the way that it's all put together. She gets a little high and tight in her top as we ask her to get out and travel. Just doesn't feel as comfortable as she gets out and travels the ring, but that's a powerfully constructed brood cow that the gentleman brings to town for me to evaluate. Another really sound, structured, loose-made female comes out next. She's smooth in terms of the way that she's put together, and I like those things about her. Probably just not the extras in terms of quality from the side and presentation as some of those that go out in front of her, but the gentleman does a great job with her as well. This is another really functionally made type of a female that comes around here next, one that you have to like her depth of side, her doability that she appears to have. And that's a female that just needs to be opened up from end to end. I'd like to redesign her foot shape and the way that her hoof hits the ground. She's a little bit longer toed off of both ends of her skeleton. That's one that the young lady does a good job with, though. We've got two smaller black heifers that end up here at the bottom of this class. They just give up a little bit of weight per day of age compared to their contemporaries. Both females that I think have some quality in terms of femininity and looseness of structure. Cattle that we just need to see more of to go ahead and move them up any higher in this class. But please put your hands together for those exhibitors in a nice class, a good trio on the top end of this group.
Your results for Class 105 of your Highland heifers. 8th place, 4095 from Chenabargan Acres. 7th place, 4096 from Mountain View Farmstead. 6th place, 4097 from Back to the Roots. 5th place, 4091 from Carey and Cattle Company. 4th place, 4092 from Schulte Farms. 3rd place, 4090 from 4-Star Highlands. 2nd place, 4098 from Mid-Lakes Highlands. And your class winner, 4088 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. In the ring at this time for your Highland show is going to be our class winners for our judge to select your Division II Junior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve Champion.
As we get out of here into the second division of our Highland show, we had a division that definitely offered a little bit more variety and had to have a little bit more sort in terms of what you decided you were going to like and where you were going to lay your preferences. As we get them back out here, we've got 5 class winners and second places, and for me, I feel pretty comfortable with where I'm going to go for the champion of this division. I'll go out and select your champion. We'll bring in a second place and get you a reserve. If you will, please put your hands together for all these exhibitors in Division 2.
Your champion Division II junior heifer for your Highland show comes out of Class 105. That is entry 4088 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. They receive a banner sponsored by Viking Fold. We will now have our judge select your reserve champion. They will be receiving a banner sponsored by Trinity Farms Limited.
As we bring in our second place heifer from that last class in this division, I think she fits in here awfully nicely. That was one that I talked about being just a stout-made brood cow type of a female, and I'd still like her. I think it comes down between her and the gentleman right in front of her for reserve in this division. I'm a first impressions kind of person, and I'll be real honest. The gentleman with the black hat has your reserve. She's the one that hit me just harder when she came through the gate. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Your Division II Junior Heifer Calf Reserve Champion comes from Class 104B. That is entry 4080 from Star Lake Cattle Company of George Mills, New Hampshire. Some results to quickly go through for your prospect steers of class number 6. 10th place was Sage Carnahan. 9th place, Adeline Mears. 8th place, Morgan Britton. 7th, Landry Welp. 6th, Danny Santee. 5th place was Marianne Fassett. 4th place, Brock Welp. 3rd place, Elizabeth Quick. 2nd place, Keith Page. And your first place winner was Camden McKay. In the ring at this time for your Prospect Steer Show is going to be our class winners from Division II. Those include classes 4, 5, and 6. Our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman, will select your top 5 individuals for Division II. Now making their way into your Highland Show ring is Class 106 of heifers. These heifers were born September 1st through December 31st of 2023. Within Class 106, we have entries 4099 from Moore Tranquility Ranch of Enos, Texas. 4100 comes from Willow Prairie Farms of Fremont, Indiana. 4101 comes from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. 4102 from Larson Head Acres and Heather Valley Cattle Company of Burlington, Wisconsin. 4103 comes from Imperial Hills Livestock of Kiowa, Colorado. 4105 comes from Storybrook Farms of Winchesterton, Tennessee. And rounding out our Class 106 is entry 4107 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. This is the only class in its division, so therefore first and second place within Class 106 will become your Division III champion and reserve champion. Your champion will receive a banner sponsored by Highland Acres. The reserve champion receives a banner sponsored by Summit Ranch. Your top 5 for Division II in your prospect steers: 5th place, Tyler Thomas; 4th place, Caleb Ramsey; 3rd place, Camden McKay. Your reserve for the Division II is Vienna Sells Jamie. And your champion for the Division II is Croy Ryman. Congratulations to our top 5 exhibitors. We'll move right along into class number 7 of our prospect steers. Class number 7 will include entries with a weight range of 824 to 841. We'll have Cree Frigito of 824, Peyton Landers 825, Riley Witt 827, Owen Wericus of 828, Camden Hess of 829, Weston Elwood with a weight of 832, Tristan Libsack 833, Ty Weathers 835, Ruby Brown 840, and rounding out our class will be Kenley Anstey with a weight of 841. Those are your entries that will make up class number 7 of your prospect steers.
Over here on our Highland side, this is a single class for a division, and so I wanted to slow down and really sort through these cattle and make sure I had it right in my mind so we can see these cattle come back out. The class winner here, division champion, we'll see here in the grand drive. And for me, there was never a question that this female was going to win this class, just in terms of structural quality and look from the side, that soft maternal look that I've been chasing all day. She's the one that puts all the right parts and pieces together, both from the side at the stand and when we ask the cattle to go. That's a nice one that I think wins this class for me pretty handily. From there, I think it has some sort, and you have to decide what you're going to do. And there's no doubt that this big female that comes out here in second is got some really, really cool pieces, and you're probably either going to like her or you're going to hate her. And for me, I probably fall somewhere in the middle. But like I said, I'm first impressions, and she was one that came out and was just like, wow, that's one that's got some cool pieces in terms of the way that she's made through her front end, the way she ties her neck into the top side of her shoulder. That's a stout made one that's got some neat pieces there. I like the thickness to her pins. Unfortunately, she just gets a little bit wonky in terms of the way that she puts it all together. She wants to come apart there behind her shoulder. She wants to get just a little steeper out of her hip, and then she's a little bit more rigid off of both ends of her skeleton. If we could just soften her up and blend her together all the way through, I think you'd like that one a great deal. Interesting parts and pieces. Decide where you like to put her. For me, she ends up second today. I really like the structural correctness and the smoothness advantage that this one has that ends up third, and for me that's where it got difficult, because I do like that structure. I do like that balance that she gives you when she stopped. She's pretty moderate in terms of her kind, and I'm just not sure how big she's going to get, and if you don't mind that, then that's okay. You can like this one as well. Probably just not as much to her as the two heifers that go out right ahead of her. A nice one for that young man to stand third with. Another really deep-sided, good-looking one when this one stopped comes out here in fourth. I like the way that this one paints a beautiful silhouette from the side. Unfortunately, young lady, it's when we set this one into motion that she gets a little bit questionable for me. She's too upright in her blade. She's too tight in the way she handles her hock and her rear pastern, and just doesn't set down with enough comfort as we ask her to go around the ring. But that's another good one that just offers a good look from the side, really cowy in terms of her center body. The heifer that comes out next is one that I think just kind of runs out of the extras when compared to the cattle that go out in front of her. She's a little bit plainer in terms of the way that she's made in her chest floor. She wants to hawk in just a little bit as you get in behind her. Just doesn't have the natural mass and thickness of some of those that go out right ahead of her, but that's a nice one for that exhibitor as well. The lone black heifer in this class is one that I think you have to really love her athleticism. She can get out and grab the ground in a second gear that some of the others in this class don't have, and I really like that about her. Unfortunately, she's just not deep enough bodied. She's not pulled apart enough in her undercarriage to go ahead and compete with some of those heifers right above her. Gives up just a little weight per day of age to some on either side of her, but that's a nice heifer that's really feminine and sound for that young lady there. Another really moderate made type of a female that has some stoutness and some natural boldness of rib is going to round us out here today. This one just gives up too much in terms of weight per day of age. She too's a little bit stealthy off of both ends of her skeleton. I just like to free her up in her movement and help her stay a little bit more collected in her top line as she goes, but that's a good female. Congratulate those exhibitors, if you will, please.
Your results for Class 106 of your Highland heifers. 7th place, 4099 from More Tranquility Ranch of Enos, Texas. 6th place, 4103 from Imperial Hills Livestock of Kiowa, Colorado. 5th place, 4105 from Storybrook Farm of Winchester, Tennessee. 4th place, 4102, comes from Larson's Head Acres and Heather Valley Cattle of Burlington, Wisconsin. 3rd place, 4107 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. 2nd place in your reserve champion Division III Senior Heifer Calf, receiving a banner sponsored by Summit Ranch, was entry 4101 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. And your Class 106 winner and champion Division III Senior Heifer Calf, receiving a banner sponsored by Highland Acres, is entry 4100 from Willow Prairie Farms of Fremont, Indiana. Now making their way into the ring for your Highland show is Class 107 of Highland heifers, born of July 1st through August 31st of 2023. We will have entries 4108 from Ritz Land and Cattle of Danbrog, Nebraska. 4109 from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. 4110 from Bauer Farms of Bucyrus, Kansas. 4111 comes from Spring Flight Farm, LLC of Elmira, New York. 4112 from Moody Heifers Cattle Company of Cookeville, Tennessee. 4113 from Grimes Hoosiers Highlands Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. 4115 comes from Runamuck Ranches of Yakima, Washington. And rounding out our class is entry 4116 from J.L. Highlands of Hobbs, New Mexico. Those are your entries that will make up Class 107 of Highland heifers. Your results for Class 7 of Prospect Steers: 10th place, Ruby Brown; 9th place, Owen Werakis; 8th place, Weston Elwood; 7th place, Cree Frigido; 6th place, Peyton Landers; 5th place, Camden Hess; 4th place, Kinley Anstey; 3rd place, Ty Weathers; 2nd place, Tristan Lebsack; and your class winner was Riley Witt. Making their way through the ring is class number 8 of Prospect Steers. We will have entries: Danny Sainty with a weight of 845, Grady Moss 847, Kyle Taylor 848, Chloe Wardell 849, Summer Wangaro 850, Camden Hess 851, Kelton Arthur 853, Tristan Hastings 854, Riley Harmon 855, Tristan Libsack 855, Taylor Kennedy 855, and rounding out our class is Peyton Luark with a weight of 856. Those are your 12 entries that make up class number 8 of your Prospect Steers.
Over here on our Highland side, it's an interesting class to work through and try and put together. And for me, there's not one that just jumps out and grabs you and says, I need to win this class. And so as we start to analyze them and break them down and read the cattle for what they are, the young lady here in the center of our ring is the one that ultimately ends up winning out for me. That's the silhouette and the picture that I've tried to paint all day in terms of one at the stand. That's one that I like the way that she's put together in terms of her proportions. And I think that's where she has the advantage over the heifer that's going to end up being second. She's also the naturally thicker female that's stouter to her pins and wider at the ground as we watch her travel away. She's bolder and truer in terms of her rib cage. Young lady, she's pushing the envelope for me in terms of her front end structure. I would like to relax her in the angle to her shoulder ever so slightly, but I'm going to call it acceptable in this class and take her at it good just in terms of her balance and use her to win this class. Congratulations to you. The young man that ends up second here is one that when this one hit the gate, I thought, okay, that's one that we can kind of run up to the front end of this class. I love her structure. I love the way that she gets out and travels the arena. She's greener in terms of the way that she's presented, in terms of her condition. That's a female that I'd like to open up from end to end. She just runs out of gas there as you study her to her pin set and down to the ground. She's got a super swoopy, cowy rib cage in her, and I like those things about her. Maybe just doesn't quite hit you with that boldness throughout as the heifer that goes out right ahead of her. You do a nice job, young man. Congratulations to you. I think there's a little bit of sort here between third and fourth. Both of these females have things that I like and some pretty big holes that I'd like to change about them. There's no doubt that the heifer that goes out third is the deeper bodied, bolder flanked one. She's more proportional in terms of her lines and the way that she comes to you and presents herself from the side. That's a female that's been a little bit tougher to show and maybe doesn't give you quite the quality look as what some of the others in this class do. But I think if you break that one down and read her for what she truly is, that's a dense made, big, bold rib type of a female that still has some athleticism. Those are some things I really appreciate about that female. A really nicely made female comes out here in the black heifer. I like the way that her neck ties into the top side of her shoulders. She's smooth in terms of the way that she's built there through her front end. She's got some added mass and power throughout as you get in behind her as well. She just doesn't have that extra depth of body and natural softness that I appreciate in some of the cattle that go out ahead of her. And I'd like to redesign her foot there on her rear feet. She gets awfully soft in her heel and just shallow there. If we could pick her up and make her a nickel better footed, I could move her up a spot as well. Another nicely presented female here that the young lady brings us, one that's deep-sided and has some look to her from the side in terms of femininity, one that gets out and travels with some ease, just not the extras in terms of width and balance. From her hip there as she gets out and goes, she wants to drop her pins ever so slightly. That's a nice female for that young lady. The heifer that comes out here next is one that I think just comes in a little bit more moderate of a package. She's one that doesn't balance up quite as nicely. She gets deeper in her sternum and more tucked up in her flank, and her biggest issue comes when we ask her to get out and go. She's just too tight off of both ends of her skeleton. I'd like to soften her up and redesign her from that standpoint to consider moving her up any higher in this class. A nice balanced level line type of a female comes out here next, and I appreciate the length of hip and levelness that this female possesses, one that is just a little bit more moderate there in terms of her kind, one that maybe doesn't handle her rear leg quite as nicely. She wants to get coarser about her joints. She wants to hawk in there. She get in right behind her, but the young lady does a good job with her as well. The other white heifer that's kind of giving the young lady a hard time out there is one that I think you have to appreciate for her femininity and her length of body. That's a female that just doesn't balance up for me. She's too round off of both ends of her skeleton, a female that we just need to give a little bit more softness to in terms of her rib cage and her body, and I'd like to function her rear leg just a little more correctly as we watch her go. But that's a nice class. If you would, please put your hands together for those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 107 of your Highland Heifers. 8th place, 41-15, comes from Runamuck Ranches of Yakima, Washington. 7th place, 41-10, from Bauer Farms of Bucyrus, Kansas. 6th place, 41-11, from Spring Flight Farm, LLC of Elmira, New York. 5th place, 41-13, from Grimes Hoosier Highland Farms of Waynetown, Indiana. 4th place, 41-08, from Ritz Landed Cattle of Danburg, Nebraska. 3rd place, 41-09, from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming. 2nd place, 41-12, from Moody Heifers Cattle Company of Cookeville, Tennessee. And your class winner was 41-16 from J.L. Highlands of Hobbs, New Mexico. In the ring at this time for your Highland show is now Class 108A. These are Highland Heifers born of May 25th through June 30th of 2023. Class 108A has entries 41-18 from Willow Prairie Farms of Fremont, Indiana. 41-19 from Climbing Stump Farm of Harris, Minnesota. 41-20 comes from Highland Connection of Rehide, South Dakota. 41-21 from Ambil Acres of Minnesota City, Minnesota. 41-22 comes from Grimes Hoosier Highlands Farms of Waynetown, Indiana. And rounding out our class is entry 41-24 from Hollow Croft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. Those are your entries that will make up Class 108A of your Highland Heifers. Also to our Highland exhibitors, they have the Highland Cattle Society, and you will have the 2025 Scottish World Congress and Gathering. You'll be returning to the Highlands October 6th through the 13th of 2025. You can visit some of the most famous folds in the world and attend the 128th Annual Autumn Show and the sale with a gala dinner. Details will follow, but in the meantime, please register for your interest in attending and contacting inquiries at fieldfarmtours.co.uk. For more information, you can go to highlandcattlesociety.com.
Over here on our Highland side, I apologize again about my voice. I understand y'all having a little bit of a hard time hearing me. I'll try and do better for you. An ultimate class winner here that I think just brings a lot of quality to the table, one that you just can't deny her presence and the way that she's built. Her athleticism is second to none, and I really love that about her. I like her length of hip. I like the attractive set she has to her rear leg. And then when we get her to get out and go around the ring, she's just one that grabs another gear and just doesn't ever miss a step. She has that extra depth and genuine boldness to her that you like as well. If you want to nitpick that one, you can say, Melissa, maybe she's a little bit plainer in terms of her neck and her front end. Yeah, maybe she is, but I think that matches the rest of her body and the way that she's put together from every other aspect. That's a nice one that I like a great deal, a good one to start this class. The young lady's other black heifer here is one that I think is a little bit interesting in terms of the way that she's made. I love her neck shape. I love her femininity there and her smoothness. I like how high she ties her neck into the top side of her shoulder. She's one that when we ask her to get out and travel, she becomes a little bit more questionable for me. She doesn't want to hold that top line together quite as nicely. She gets a little bit rounder there out of her hip and just doesn't put it all together quite as nicely on the move. But just her sweeping rib shape and her cow power is something that you have to admire. That's a nice one to go ahead and stand second. I would like to pull her apart as we watch her track away. She wants to get a nickel close there in her hocks and just doesn't have that genuine width at the ground compared to the heifers on either side of her. Old Blondie here, when she first hit the gate, I thought that was one that we could run into the top into this class pretty easily. The more you break this one down and study her, I just don't think there's as much of her comparative to the two black heifers that go right ahead of her. She's narrower made right there behind her shoulder. She's narrower at her pins and just doesn't have the extra oomph and power compared to the two that go out in front of her. And I know these are females and they don't have to have all that overwhelming muscle, but I just think she gives up too much there to go ahead and run her any higher. That's a heifer too that from time to time maybe just doesn't have the stability on her feet and legs. She wants to pop a pastern here and there. She wants to get just a nickel more upright in her shoulder as you watch her go around the ring. Doesn't ever want to kind of get that head up out of her shoulder. That's a nickel concerning to me, but that's a nice female to stand third. A really powerfully designed heifer comes out here next, and if you just need some extra muscularity in your cow herd, this is one that you'd like from that aspect. She's deep-sided and deep-flanked, and I do like that about her. She just doesn't come in as neat made of a package. She wants to round out of her hip there and just is a little bit rounder in terms of her makeup from front to back. A nice female, though, that has some functionality and some doability in terms of her type and kind for that gentleman there. Two females here on the end of this class that I think are a little bit on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of their production and their weight per day of age and where they stand. Both females I think have plenty of natural width and genuine power to them. Females that we just got to redesign from a structure standpoint, just don't get out and motor quite as nicely. I do like the extra flexibility through the heifer there going out first. I like her shoulder angle better, and I like the way that she sets down her rear pastern just a nickel better than the young man's heifer that rounds us out. That last heifer there is bigger outline. She's longer and leveler about her hip, and if you prefer her over the heifer that goes out right in front of her, I wouldn't argue with you. Two nice females for those as exhibitors as well. Please give them all a round of applause.
Your results for Class 108A of Highland Heifers. 6th place, 41-22 from Grimes Hoosier Highland Farms. 5th place, 41-21 from Ambil Acres of Minnesota City, Minnesota. 4th place, 41-19 from Climbing Stump Farms of Harris, Minnesota. 3rd place, 41-18 from Willow Prairie Farms of Fremont, Indiana. 2nd place, 41-20 from Highland Connection of Rehide, South Dakota. And your class winner was 41-24 from Hollowcroft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. In the ring at this time for your Highland show is now Class 108B of Highland Heifers. They were born of May 1st through May 24th of 2023. We will have in this class entries 41-25 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. 41-26 from Trafalgar Square Farm of Pomfret, Vermont. 41-27 comes from Ritz Land and Cattle of Danburg, Nebraska. 41-28 from Windmere Farms of Junction City, Wisconsin. 4129 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. 4130 from Cross Cattle Company of Kinderdale, Pennsylvania. And rounding out our class is entry 4132 from Taunton Farms of Shelby, Idaho. This is our last class of our Division 4 of intermediate yearling heifers. In the ring at this time for your Prospect Steer Show is going to be class number 9. Class number 9 concludes entries of Ben Mathis with a weight of 859, Genevieve Williams with a weight of 859, Maddie Eben with a weight of 860, Grace Kennedy 863, Oakley Bivens 865, Ellie Klein 866. Another entry from Genevieve Williams with a weight of 867. Reese Elwood with a weight 868. Tyla Thomas 868. Shay Stone with a weight of 869. Abby Talak with a weight of 869. And rounding out our class is Brock Fassett with a weight of 870. Those are your entries that will make up our last class, which is class 9 of our Division 3. As our judges continue to evaluate the livestock in the rings, we'll give you a highlight of some of National Western Stock Show sponsors for this year. The proud presenting partner of National Western is Common Spirit Health. They are also the official first aid provider of the National Western. Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. You can learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org. The Colorado Farm Show is one of the largest and oldest farm shows in the nation, and the tradition continues January 28th, 29th, and 30th at the Island Grove Regional Park in Greeley, Colorado. You can see the latest agricultural equipment, visit over 300 exhibitors, attend free seminars with more than 60 engaging speakers, and network to create long-lasting connections. For more information, go to coloradofarmshow.com. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best that you can be. You can stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by the industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products at the National Western. And the theme for the National Western this year is this is the last year in Stadium Arena. After this year, we will move to the new Legacy Building. The Legacy Building is being completed by Saunders Construction. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in the Centennial State. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. You can visit www.saundersinc.com for more information, and you can find links to the career opportunities. And John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. We have a John Deere tractor that comes in here and grooms our Stadium Arena show. We appreciate that team doing that. And for all your agricultural, turf, and equipment needs, please visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now and always in the future. Remember, nothing runs like a deer.
An exceptional class winner over here on our Highland side in the young ladies black female, and you can throw a lot of terms at that one and talk about a lot of things that she does really, really well, but that's one that I think is pretty hard to deny, a class win here amongst her contemporaries. Congratulations to you, young lady. That's a really nice female. From there, I think you have some decisions to make in terms of what you're going to do, and for me, the young man's heifer that comes out here next, I think, is the combination between their class winner and the heifer that comes out in third. I like her bigger outline compared to the heifer that ends up third. She's stout and powerful as you get in on top of her and get in right behind her, and I do like those things about her. Maybe not quite as athletic as the two females on either side of her, but I think that she's just a nice, comfortable place to go second, a female that you have to appreciate just her genuineness. The young lady's heifer that ends up third is one that if you like a moderate and can take that, you're going to fall in love with her. I think she's more athletic than the heifer that goes out right ahead of her. I'd just like to see her bigger in her kind, and I'd certainly like to redesign her foot shape. She gets too flat on her pasterns, both on her front and her rear too. If we could fix her there and stouten her or make her a little bit stronger, you'd like that female, and you could run her up a spot in this class, but I think that's a nice one to end up third. Another really nicely patterned one when she stopped goes out here next. This is a female that I read to just be a little bit flatter in terms of her rib. She's deep-sided, no doubt, but just doesn't have that genuine boldness when you get on the top side of her spine. She's one that wants to close up just a little bit as you watch her go away from you, and just doesn't maybe travel quite as smoothly as some of the heifers in class with her as well. If you like them super bold and stout, no doubt this heifer here is going to be your kind. She's probably the most powerful female we've seen all day from every aspect. Huge, bold rib cage in that girl, big old wide pin set, and she has a lot of width both coming and going. She just doesn't put it together in quite as nice of a package. She gets a little bit round off of both ends of her skeleton, a little coarser in terms of her makeup throughout, but that's a just really stout, made, powerfully constructed type of a female. One that's kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum goes out there next in the young lady's white female. One that I like her depth aside, I like her femininity and her athleticism. One that just doesn't have enough natural thickness for this judge. She just runs out of gas compared to the other cattle on either side of her, and actually all of those throughout this division. One that I think you just have to like her smoothness, though, and her femininity. The heifer that rounds us out is one that just kind of falls out in terms of her proportion. She's a little bit deeper in her sternum, a little more tucked up there in her flank. If we could readjust that proportion and make it opposite of what it is, we could talk about moving her up just mid off of her sheer power compared to the white heifer that goes out ahead of her. But a nice class, a great class winner. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 108B of your Highland heifers. 7th place, 4127 from Ritzland and Cattle of Danburg, Nebraska. 6th place, 4129 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. 5th place, 4128 from Windmere Farm of Junction City, Wisconsin. 4th place, 4130 from Cross Cattle Company of Kinderdale, Pennsylvania. 3rd place, 4132 from Taunton Farms of Shelley, Idaho. 2nd place, 4126 from Trafalgar Square Farm of Pomfret, Vermont. And your class winner is entry 4125 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. At this time within our Highland Show, we will now have our class winners return for our Division 4 Intermediate Yearling Heifer Champion and Reserve Champion selections. Your champion will receive a banner sponsored by We Tired Acres, and the reserve champion receives a banner sponsored by Dundonald Farm.
Over here on our Highland side, a nice division here as we get them back out here for the drive. And I'll be honest, it's between the two black cattle right here directly in front of me, and I think they're different. I'll describe to you what I see, and then I'll show you the way that I like them. The gentleman's heifer is one that I think is just really unique in terms of her proportions. She's the shorter backed option of the two, one that I think is bolder and truer in terms of her forerib and the way that she maintains that natural dimension back into her flank. I like her genuineness of rib shape. That's one that we talked about in class, that if you want to say maybe she's a little bit shorter in terms of her neck and maybe a little thicker there, I wouldn't disagree with you. But I think as you study the way that this heifer's laid into her shoulder, I think she's smoother there than the heifer out of the class right behind her. I think that she's unique in terms of her look from the side, and that's one that just is super athletic. I love her angles and the way that she grabs the ground. That's one that I think you have to like a lot of things about. The heifer here that's in the class right behind her, no doubt longer bodied, no doubt longer necked. This is one that I think maybe from time to time doesn't keep herself quite as collected because of that extra length of body. She wants to maybe get just a nickel off right behind her shoulder there, and I don't think she ties just as smoothly at the point of her shoulder compared to the female out of class 2. Another one though that is just overwhelming in terms of cow power, one that you have to really appreciate her soundness and her angles and the way that she handles the surface. That's a really nice pair of heifers. I like the gentleman with the black hat to be your champion. The young lady right behind will be your reserve. Two really good females. Congratulations to both of you.
Your Division 4 Intermediate Yearling Heifer champion comes from Class 108A. That is entry 4124 from Hollowcroft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. Your reserve champion for Division 4 of Intermediate Yearling Heifers comes from Class 108B. That is entry 4125 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Your results coming in for class number 9 of your prospect steers. 12th place was Genevieve Williams. 11th place was another entry from Genevieve Williams. 10th place was Grace Kennedy. 9th place was Maddie Eben. 8th place, Ellie Klein. 7th place, Reese Elwood. 6th place, Ben Mathis. 5th place, Oakley Bivens. 4th place, Tyla Thomas. 3rd place, Brock Fassett. 2nd place, Shay Stone. And your class winner was Abby Talak. In the ring at this time now for your Prospect Steer Show is going to be our Division 3 Champion Drive. Our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman, will select your top 5 individuals from their respective classes. Over within your Highland Show, we now will bring in Class 109A of Highland heifers, born of April 4th through April 30th of 2023. We have entries 4133 from Climbing Stump Farm of Harris, Minnesota. 4134 from Brandon Farms of Deer Trail, Colorado. 4135 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. 4136 from Carey Inn Cattle Company of Coggan, Iowa. 4137 from Kasabi Farms of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. 4138 from Brandon Farms of Deer Trail, Colorado. 4069 from Beyond Hope Farm of Ellendale, Minnesota. 4139 from Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. 4140 from Spring Flight Farm LLC from Elmira, New York. And rounding out our classes, entry 4142 from Climbing Stump Farm of Harris, Minnesota. Those are your entries that make up Class 109A of your Highland heifers. Your top individual for Division 3 is Abby Tulloch. We'll now roll in our second place from the third class of our Division 3. Your reserve champion for Division 3 comes from class number 9. That is from Shea Stone. We will now move our third place entry from class 3, which is class 9, into our lineup for Dr. Ryan Rathman to select your top individuals. Your third overall is Kelton Arthur. Your fourth overall comes from class number 8. That is Trista Lebsack. And your fifth overall comes also from class number 9. That'll be your third place entry from Brock Fassett. Up next into our Prospect Steer Show, we'll begin with division number 4. Division 4 will include classes 10, 11, 12, and 13. So Division 4 will start off with class number 10. We'll have entries Ella Rogers, 872, Cooper McDaniel, 874, Adley Block, 877, Kelsey McVicker, 878, Jaden Frigito, 880, Vienna Sells Jamie, 884, Jace Hines, 884, Abby Lawson, 887, Taylor Spacito, 888, Denver McKay, 889, Shea Stone, 889. And rounding out our class is Lucas Mullins with a weight of 889. Those are your 12 entries that make up class number 10 of your Prospect Steers.
An interesting class over here on our Highland side, and a lot of different variety in terms of shape and size and flavor, and there's probably something for everybody out here. And for me, there's no doubt that the athletic, well-built, cowy, good-looking one is the young ladies that wins this class here. Probably just not as overwhelming as some of our class winners that we've seen today, but good cattle always come together on the move, and that's where this one excels this class without question for me. Congratulations to you, young lady. The one that comes out here in second is fit to the nines, and that's something that I appreciate about this one. Unfortunately, young lady, this one's just not good enough structured for this judge. I love her boldness of rib cage. I love her extra stoutness. When she's parked and standing, she gives you a pretty neat look from the side. You set her into motion, and she's just disappointing in terms of the angle to her shoulder and the way that she manages herself around the ring. That's a nice heifer, though, just in terms of boldness of rib and stoutness. Congratulations to you. I think just a good, complete type of a female here in the dun that comes out next. This is one that I like her lines when she's standing. She's elevated up front. She's long and feminine about her neck and her shoulder. When we set this girl into motion, she too needs to be changed from a structure standpoint. She gets too tight and rigid there in her top line. She wants to drop her pins and just doesn't give you that aesthetically pleasing look in the way that she handles that rear leg. The roan heifer that comes out here next, I think is just super functional in terms of her kind. Deep-bodied, bold center, stout-made, big-footed. You can throw all those terms at her, and I think that they fit. She's probably a little bit more moderate than some of the heifers that go out right ahead of her, and that doesn't bother me. I think she's big enough. She has a structure advantage. She's just too piecey for me in terms of the way that she puts it all together, and she's packing plenty of condition. I'd like to freshen her up just a little bit and see what she is after that just a little bit more genuinely, but that's a nice female to go out fourth. The heifer here that ends up in fifth is one that I think you have to just appreciate her athleticism. She gives up quite a bit in terms of weight per day of age in this class. I don't know where she fits in your program from that standpoint, and if you like her extra structural integrity and her smoothness of look, I won't argue with you. That's a female that I think just gives up too much in terms of body and mass to the other heifers in this class to move her up any higher. Another female here that I think you have to appreciate her smoothness and her lines, both there in her underline. She's deep in her forerib and maintains that same depth back to her flank. When we set this one into motion again is where I get a little bit critical of her. She just doesn't handle that rear leg as good as I'd like to see. She wants to hawk in from behind ever so slightly. If we could just free her up on the go, we could talk about moving her up a spot or two. Congratulations to that gentleman as well. The one that comes out here next is one that when you get up on the top side of this one's skeleton, she's extremely powerful, and you can read that in her from the ring side. Extremely square out at the back side of her shoulder, huge pin set in this girl and wide at the ground. She's just one that just needs to put it together in a little bit neater package and be a little bit more show ring pleasing in terms of her look. She gets a little round there out of her hips. She's just too coarse throughout, but one that offers plenty of stoutness and just cow power from a muscularity and body dimension standpoint. A nice athletically designed female here, one that gets out and goes with a lot of ease and comfort. That's partly due to the fact that there's just not enough of her, sir. We need to open her up underneath and make her wider chested and wider based. That's a female, though, that I think has some functionality in terms of her structure and just her doability for you as you put her back into your cow herd. The young lady that's going to come around next, another one of those types of females that you have to appreciate for her natural thickness and stoutness and boldness of rib. Another one that I'd like to change from a structure standpoint. She's too round and straight there in her shoulder, and it throws her off in terms of her balance, both when she's standing and moving. She's just too jammed up and too rigid throughout. The young man's heifer that's going to round us out here is one that's extremely feminine in her makeup. She's very, very long-bodied and athletic. We just need to power her up, drop her down in her flank, and give her more genuine cow power to move her up any higher. But he does a nice job with her as well. Please put your hands together for these exhibitors, if you will.
Your results for Class 109A of Highland Heifers. 9th place, 4140 from Spring Flight Farm, LLC. 8th place, 4138 from Brandon Farms. 7th place, Seventh place, 4137 from Kasibi Farms. Sixth place, 4133 from Climbing Stump Farm. Fifth place, 4069 from Beyond Hope Farm. Fourth place, 4136 from Carey and Cattle Company. Third place, 4139 from Michaela Massey. Second place, 4135 from Howling Springs Farm. And your class winner for your Highland Show for Class 109A was entry 4142 from Climbing Stump Farm. Within our Highland Show, we now have brought in Class 109B of heifers born of March 1st through April 3rd of 2023. We have entries 4144 from Windmere Farms of Junction City, Wisconsin. 4145 comes from 11M Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 4146 from Rep Valley Highlands of Orleans, Nebraska. 4147 comes from Storybrook Farm and Joe and Shayna Toth of Troy, South Carolina. 4148 comes from Windmere Farms of Junction City, Wisconsin. 4149 comes from Storybrook Farm of Winchester, Tennessee. 4150 comes from Wakarusa Cattle Company of Eudora, Kansas. 4151 comes from Lazy V Bar Cattle Company of Gordon, Nebraska. 4152 comes from Addison Fitzsimmons of Canyon Creek, Montana. 5153 comes from Moody Heifers Cattle Company of Cookeville, Tennessee. 4154 comes from Big Dreams Ranch of Yakima, Washington. 4155 comes from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. And rounding out our class is 4156 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. That is your entries that will make up Class 109B of Highland heifers. Your results for Class 10, your first class of Division 4. 11th place, Jaden Forgetto. 10th place, Abby Lawson. 9th place, Cooper McDaniel. 8th place, Kelsey McVicker. 7th place, Lucas Mullins. 6th place, Jace Hines. 5th place, Ella Rogers. 4th place, Adley Block. 3rd place, Vienna Sells Jamie. 2nd place, Denver McKay. And your class winner, Shay Stone. Now walking into the ring is Class 11. This is our second class of Division 4. We will have 10 entries in Class number 11. Our entries include Miranda Leatherman with a weight of 892. Charlie Ramsey with a weight of 893. Kyle Taylor with a weight of 893. Camden Brown with a weight of 898. Job Knight with a weight of 899. Abby Tulloch with a weight of 901. Danica Prinz with a weight of 903. Ellie Carvis with a weight of 904. Mary Friend with a weight of 905. And rounding out our class is Chloe Wardell with a weight of 906. Those are your entries that will make up Class 11 of your Prospect Steers.
Well, obviously the largest class we've seen today over here on our Highland side, and I apologize for taking a little bit more time, but I want to give everybody an honest look and a good evaluation for the cattle that they brought to town. But I'll just be straight honest with you. There was never a doubt in my mind that this black heifer was our class winner. From the time she hit the gate, I think there's just so much quality about her, and where she excels this class is when we set him into motion. She doesn't miss a step. She's stout. She's big-bodied. I like her look from the side. I think that's just a really good place to start. From there, I think you can do some other things, but the one that fits most nicely into second for me is this young lady's white heifer. That's one that I just read to be smooth in terms of the way that she's put together. I like her squareness in terms of her structure and the way that she sets him down on the ground. You get around in front of her, she's square from knee to ground. She's got some chest width. You get in behind her, and she's also square there from hock to ground and has an aesthetically pleasing look from the side when the young lady gets her set up. I don't know if she's maybe quite as stout and just as genuine in terms of her overall makeup as the black heifer that goes out in front of her, but that's one that I think gives you a quality look from the side, one that has to run into the top end of this class. I'd maybe like to clean her up just a nickel there through her front end, but that's being critical of a heifer that I think has to be up on the top end of this class without question. A little bit more moderately framed red heifer comes in here next, one that's just tremendously deep-bodied, one that's stouter than the heifer that goes out right in front of her in terms of her pin set and her base width. She just is a little bit more uncoordinated off of both ends of her skeleton as we ask her to get around the ring. If we could loosen her up there, you might contend her with that white heifer just a little bit closer, but for me, that's the heifer that just fits into third from a structural standpoint when we talk about them here in our top 5. I think there's some give and take in the 2 females that come out next, and if you want to flip-flop those, I wouldn't disagree with you. I think the more genuinely presented, fresher conditioned female here comes out next in the young man's black heifer, and that's her advantage, I think, of some of the remaining females in this class. It allows her to cover the surface with more flexibility and comfort off of both ends of her skeleton. I'd like to redesign her foot structure there. She wants to get a little bit turned in on her right rear as you watch her go away from you. She probably doesn't have as much natural thickness as some others in this class, but I question how genuine the gray heifer that goes out right behind her is as well. I love the depth of body that this one has. I wonder if maybe it's slightly manufactured. When you get in and read this one, both coming and going, she wants to close up too much. She gets a little more upright on the front end of her skeleton, but that's a really good looking female when she's stopped and stuck. That's one that you just really like her proportions from the side. Much like the other heifer that this young lady brought to us earlier in a class or 2 ago, super stout, super big bodied, one that just doesn't quite put it all together from a balance and structure standpoint, but one that you have to appreciate just her genuine mass and power. The young lady's black heifer that comes out here next is one that when she first hit the ring, I thought maybe this was one that would be a little bit higher in class. I like her silhouette when she's stopped and parked. Unfortunately, she's just not coordinated enough when we set her into motion. She really wants to get outside of her skeleton there as we watch her track away from us. She gets too tight in her top line and steep out of her hip. And I'm just going to go ahead and complete this class, unfortunately, by saying, for self-preservation reasons, I guess, cattle and the remainder of this class that just don't quite have the structural coordination, the balance, or the power that we need to run them up any higher in a big class of good quality females. Congratulations to all of you, if you will, on a job well done.
Your results for Class 109B of Highland heifers. 12th place, 4145 from 11M Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 11th place, 4150 from Wakarusa Cattle Company of Eudora, Kansas. 10th place, 4151 comes from Lazy V Bar Cattle Company of Gordon, Nebraska. 9th place, 4146 from Rep Valley Highlands of Orleans, Nebraska. 8th place, 4152 from Addison Fitzsimmons of Canyon Creek, Montana. 7th place, 4153 from Moody Heifers Cattle Company of Cookeville, Tennessee. 6th place, 4148 from Windmere Farm of Junction City, Wisconsin. 5th place, 4149 from Storybrook Farm of Winchester, Tennessee. 4th place, 4156 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. 3rd place, 4144 from Windmere Farm of Junction City, Wisconsin. 2nd place, 4155 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. And your class winner was 4147 from Storybrook Farm and Joe and Shayna Toth of Troy, South Carolina. We will now bring into our ring class 110 of Highland heifers. These heifers were born January 1st through February 28th of 2023. We have in this class 4 entries: 4159 from Happy Highland Homestead of Nixa, Missouri; 4160 from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado; 4162 from Holy Cross Ranch of Wheatland, Wyoming; and 4161 from Trinity Farms of Greeley, Colorado. This is your last class of your Highland heifers for Division number 5 of Junior Yearling Heifers.
An interesting pair to start off with over here on our Highland side, and I'll just start out by saying that I would like to see both of them flex a little bit better there out of their hock. and I'd like to change that about them. But that being said, I think those are the two show heifers that run up to the top end of this class, and I do think that they're different. The one that hits me the hardest in terms of her uniqueness and her proportions are the young lady's red heifer here. That's the one that I gravitate to from the side, just in terms of the way that she holds her top line together. That's the one that I'm going to go ahead and start with today. If you like the extra length of body and the heifer that's there in second, I wouldn't argue with you. I think that's a longer hipped female, but I also don't think that she handles that hip quite as nicely on the move. She wants to tuck those pins up underneath her ever so slightly, but that's a good made type of a female in just terms of show ring appeal to go ahead and fit second into this class. The cow power brood cow in this particular class is the young lady's blonde heifer there in third, one that's just overwhelming in terms of her flank and the depth of body that she's got, just more common in terms of the way that she puts it all together. She's probably the heaviest conditioned female in this class, and as we get into these bigger bred heifers, I know sometimes it's hard to keep them together and keep them fresh and looking the part as they get further along in terms of being in calf and things like that, but that's just a good made do a good doing type of a female to go ahead and put into production, and no doubt will raise some good ones for that exhibitor as she goes into production. A really long-bodied, smooth-made type of a female here, one that's extremely feminine and smooth-shouldered. I like her levelness of hip and her squareness there from there to the ground. She just doesn't have quite as much forerib and flank than just genuine depth of body as some of the cattle that go out ahead of her. One that I think you could also loosen up just a nickel in terms of her structure, but that's a nice female for that young man as well. Please put your hands together for those exhibitors if you would.
Your results for Class 11 of your Prospect Steer Show. 10th place, Miranda Leatherman. 9th place, Kyle Taylor. 8th place, Mary Friend. 7th place, Camden Brown. 6th place, Ellie Carvis. 5th place, Chloe Wardell. 4th place, Job Knight. 3rd place, Charlie Ramsey. 2nd place, Abby Talock. And your class winner, Danica Prince. Up into our show ring for your Prospect Steers will be class number 12. We will have entries from Cashton Block, 908, Quentin Ross Harwood, 909, Payson Hess, 910, Owen Hockaday, 912, Vienna Sells Jamie with 914, Cutter Prinz, 914, Troy McWhirter, 915, Carson Caldwell, 916, Peyton Luark, 918. Those are your entries that will make up class number 12. In the ring for your Highland show is our class winners. For our judge to select your Division 5 junior yearling heifers, we'll hear from Melissa Smith right now.
A nice lineup of females out here as we get into our 5th division, and I think as we get them out here, there's definitely some give and take and some things that you'd like to change about one or two of them. And I think as we go in and we start to analyze those cattle, there's one for me that came out of a class that I thought she had to work through, and ultimately she came out of that one I thought as a pretty clear winner. The young lady's black heifer is going to be your division champion. We'll bring in the 2nd place and we'll sort through that one, and we'll get you a reserve.
Your Division 5 Junior Yearling Heifer Champion receiving a banner sponsored by Glass Defrin Ranch comes from our 2nd class entry, 4147 from Storybrook Farm and Joe and Shayna Toth. We'll now move our 2nd place from that class into consideration for Melissa Smith to evaluate and choose your reserve champion Division 5 Junior Yearling Heifer.
As we bring that 2nd place heifer into contention here, I think she fits nicely into this lineup. I talked about her in that big class, about her squareness in terms of her structure from her knee to her ground, from her knee to the ground, and then again from her hock to the ground. That's a really level-hipped female that's got some genuine boldness to her in terms of her rib cage. The heifer that's in front of her is one that I think also is in contention just in terms of her flexibility and structure. She's probably not as wide and opened up as the white female that comes right out of the class behind her. That's one that maybe just isn't quite as aesthetically pleasing there through her front end, but that's a female that I think you have to consider as well. For me, I'm going to use the young lady's white heifer as our reserve division here. That's one that I think is pretty good as well. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Your Division 5 Reserve Champion Junior Yearling Heifer receiving a banner sponsored by Northwest Highland Cattle Association is entry 4155 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. Now making their way into the ring is Class 111A of our Highland heifers. Class 111A is heifers born of April 16th through December 31st of 2022. We will have entries 4164 from TC Highlands Farm of Pleasureville, Kentucky. 4167 from Clara Wallace of Vandalia, Missouri. 4168 from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. 4169 comes from Arrow Hill Cattle Company of Hayes, Kansas. 4170 from Four Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. 4171 comes from Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. 4172 from Wakarusa Cattle Company of Eudora, Kansas. And rounding out our Class 111A of our Division 6 of heifers is entry 4174 from Oak Grove Farm of Elmira, New York. Those are your entries that make up Class 111A of your Highland heifers. Your results for class number 12 of your prospect steers. 9th place was Payson Hess. 8th place, Peyton Luark. 7th place, Cashton Block. 6th place, Quentin Ross Harwood. 5th place, Carson Caldwell. 4th place, Troy McWhirter. 3rd place, Owen Hockaday. 2nd place, Vienna Sells Jamie. And your class winner was Cutter Prinz. In the ring at this time now is going to be class number 13. Class 13 will consist of entries from Jake King, 922. Camden Welp, 922. Bodie Glover, 925. Sean Roth, 925. Wade Assay of 926. Paisley Luark of 928. Luke Andis of 930. Taylor Spotsito of 932. Sakari Frazier, 933. And Cadence Hanhart of 933. Those are your entries that will make up class number 13, your final division, your final class of Division 4.
An interesting group of females to study over here on the Highland side. And before I tell you how I like them, I'm just going to kind of visit with you about what's rolling through my mind on these two over here, still standing on the profile. This young lady's red heifer is one that I think is just extremely bold anywhere you want to analyze her. I love her forerib. I love her natural shape and spring to her rib cage. And I like the depth of length and the uniformity that she's got there when she stops and collects herself and gets herself put together the way she is right there. That's a female that's my speed in terms of her dimension, and then she couples that with enough look, and she's also good structured. The white heifer is one that is just wild looking from the side. She never gives you a bad look when she's stopped and stuck. She ties that neck really high into the top side of her scapula there. She's long and level about her hip, and I love the rear angle that she's got to her hock and her pastern there. That's a female that I question how much power and natural width does she actually have in her. I love her body and her rib cage. The female up here to my right, the red heifer, I think she's carrying a little bit more condition, and so you have to decide, is she as genuine as you think she is, or is she got a little bit more condition? And what are you going to do? You got to make some decisions there of, is this one too heavy condition? Does that one have enough power in her? And for me, I think I'm going to leave them the way they stand. The young lady here is going to have your class winner. You'll be a close second. That's a nice pair of females. Read them how you like them, take them home and put them into production, and I don't think you'll be disappointed with either one of them. The one that's interesting to study is the young ladies that comes out here in third. That's one for me that at times I really like this heifer just in terms of the cow power that she has. One that though as you start to break her down, I wonder how much natural flank she has in her. I'd like to drop her down there. Maybe doesn't keep herself collected quite as nicely. She's a nickel longer bodied than the two heifers that go out in front of her, and I think it throws her balance off from time to time. But that's a nice female that lady brings to us to evaluate as well today. The female that comes out here next is one that I like her depth of side. That's one that I think is long and extended about her neck in the way that she ties it into the top side of her shoulder there. That's a female for me that just doesn't get out and motor quite as nicely. She gets a little bit more upright in her shoulder and just lumbers a little bit more all the way through as we ask her to get out and cover the surface. When this young lady's cream-colored heifer gets stopped and stuck, her front-end quality is something that you really admire. She gives you a super neat look there through her neck and her shoulder. Unfortunately, the balance doesn't all come together as we get back into her flank. She really wants to get a bit shallower there. She wants to round out of her hip ever so slightly. And if we could just deepen her up and make her a little bit stronger in her pin set, make her balance a little more nicely, that's a heifer we could certainly move up a spot or two. Some really neat features and some pieces in that one that you have to appreciate. Another really powerfully made type of a female comes out here next, one that I'd like to reconstruct out of her hip and the way that she handles her rear leg as she travels the surface. She wants to get outside of herself and just lumber too much for this judge, but that's a stout made, genuine bold rib type of a female from a power and mass standpoint. The dun heifer that comes out next is one that's a little bit flatter in terms of her rib shape, just a little bit flatter made all the way through. I'd like to just pull her apart and open her up, but I like her levelness of top and her levelness of hip, and she gets out and travels pretty good as well, and I do like that about her. Another stout, powerful type of a female that comes out here next, one that just doesn't put it all together and is nice of a package from a balance standpoint. She too is a little bit rigid in terms of her structure off of both ends of her skeleton. I'd like to redesign her there. That was an interesting class to work through. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 111A of your Highland heifers. 8th place, 4174 from Oak Grove Farm of Elmira, New York. 7th place, 4171 from Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. 6th place, 4168 from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. 5th place, 4172 from Wakarusa Cattle Company of Eudora, Kansas. 4th place, 4164 from TC Highlands of Pleasuresville, Kentucky. 3rd place, 4170 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. 2nd place, 4169 from Arrow Hill Cattle Company of Hayes, Kansas. And your class winner, 4167, comes from Clara Wallace of Vandalia, Missouri. Within your Highland show now, we will bring up Class 111B of Highland heifers born January 1st through April 15th of 2022. We will have entries 4175 from Gordon's Fold of Bennett, Colorado. 4178 from Husker Show Cattle of York, Nebraska. 4179 from Emily Blodgett of Colfax, Wisconsin. 4181 comes from Grimes Hoosier Highlands Farm of Waynestown, Indiana. 4183 comes from Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. 4184 comes from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Minduro, Wisconsin. And rounding out our class is 4185. That is from Sea Wind Meadows, LLC of Dennis, Massachusetts. This is our last class before our Division 6. Division 6 is our last division before our grand drive. Your results real quickly for class number 13 of your prospect steers. 10th place, Paisley Luark. 9th place, Bodie Glover. 8th place, Sean Roth. 7th place, Candace Handhart. 6th place, Wade Asay. 5th place, Camden Welp. 4th place, Taylor Spacito. 3rd place is going to be Sakai Frazier. 2nd place, Jake King, and your class winner is Luke Andis. At this time within our Prospect Steer Show, we will bring back our class winners for our judge to select your Division 4 champion and top 5.
Over here on our Highland side, as we get into our heavy bred females, I think there's a pair of them that, for me, run up to the top end of this class, and there's probably some give and take between the two of them. The way that I see them is the young ladies class winner here is just the naturally bolder, stouter female that is just more genuine as I take her to the ground. This is one that's probably packing just a bit more condition than the heifer that ends up second, but I still think she handles herself nicely. I like the way that this one's just true and square anywhere you want to analyze her. That's one that I think just fits this class nicely. She looks to be heavy in calf like she should be. I like that one. I would like to maybe lean her up there through her front end, make her just a little bit more elite in terms of her look about her neck, but that's nitpicking one that I think fits this class winning spot nicely. The heifer that's going to end up second certainly has that advantage in terms of slenderness of neck and femininity and extension from her shoulder forward. That's a female that's certainly leaner in her condition, and if you like that about her, I wouldn't argue with you one bit. That's one for me, though, that as we get in and we really break her down, she maybe doesn't keep herself together quite as nicely right behind her shoulder. She maybe doesn't keep her pin set quite as square and upright as the female that goes out right in front of her, but that's a nice heifer that ends up in the second hole in this big heifer class. A really long-bodied type of a female that comes out here next, one that I think is smooth in terms of her shoulder, and I like that about her. She too maybe gets a little bit awkward in terms of her top line when we set them into motion. She just doesn't want to keep herself collected quite as nicely. That's a female that I also read maybe to be just a little bit flatter in terms of her ribs. She doesn't have that natural boldness and spring as we take her out of the top side of her spine, but I like her foot size and I like her bone. There's a lot of things to like about that female. A tremendously stout one comes out here next, one that really gives you an up-headed look when she's not being a dingbat there on the halter. Unfortunately, she just doesn't keep herself collected from a structure standpoint to go along with all that mass and power. She's one of the smaller-footed females in this class. I'd like to give her just a little bit more foot size and bone to make her balance a little bit nicer, and then just hinge her looser off of both ends of her skeleton to move her up any higher. A really practically made type of a female comes out here next in this big silver one that I think you just have to like her doability. I love her structure. She can go out and cover the ground and be athletic for days, and you have to appreciate those things about her. Just not as much to her in terms of some of the cattle that go out in front of her. She's not as stout and powerful anywhere you want to analyze her, but I think a female that the young lady can be proud of and can put into production and really raise some nice Highlands for herself. Another female here that I really like from a structure standpoint, when this one gets out and goes, she's extremely fluid and smooth in her motion. She gives up some size and weight per day of age. She's a female that for this age, I'd probably like to see her look a little bit more in calf. She wants to get pretty cut up and high in her flank there and just really wants to hawk in as we watch her travel away from us. But I do love her athleticism, and that's one that you have to appreciate from that standpoint. The other white female in this class is another one that I just don't think has enough cow power to go ahead and move up any higher in this class. She too wants to be a little bit different in her top line as we ask her to travel. She raises in her spine and kind of drops her pins there. I'd just like to level her out and loosen her up throughout to move her up any higher in this class, but the young lady does a good job of getting her shown. If you will, please put your hands together for the exhibitors in this last class of females.
The results for Class 111B of your Highland heifers. 7th place, 4185 from Seawind Meadows, LLC. 6th place, 4179 from Emily Blodgett. 5th place was entry 4175 from Gordon's Fold. Fourth place, 4183 from Michaela Massey. Third place, 4181 from Grimes Hoosiers Highland Farm. Second place, 4178 from Husker Show Cattle. And your class winner was 4184 from Midlake Highlands. At this time, within our show, we will have our Division 6 class winners return, and our judge will select your Division 6 senior heifer calf champions. Within your Highland Show, your champion for Division 6 will receive a banner sponsored by Uncle Dave, and your reserve champion will receive a champion banner sponsored by Highland Spice.
As we get in here to our last division on our Highland show, I think we've got 4 individuals out here that are really high quality and deserving of the opportunity to win this division. And I'm just going to kind of tell you real quick what I see and how I see these class winners. And the young lady here with the younger heifer of the 2 here, she's one that when she gets set up and gets herself collected, you really like her look from the side. Where I really love this female is when we set her into motion. She keeps herself collected, she covers the ground and gets out and reaches with authority, and I like that about her. I think she's plenty bold and stout and all the things that we've been looking for all day. One that maybe isn't quite as unique as some that we've seen just in terms of their look, but certainly when she gets herself presented, gives you a plenty good enough picture view there from the side. The really cowy, bold female is the second class winner here, one that maybe gets a little more open about the top side of her shoulder, but man, that one is just so opened up and so genuine, and yet maintains some structural integrity to go along with it, and I do love that about her. She's probably the plainest made one of the drive out here, one that you'd maybe like to clean up there through her throat latch and just extend her a nickel through her front 1/3, but man, that's a cowy type of a female. The white heifer that comes in second in our first class here in this division, if you recall, I had to study those 2 females, and that one is just so wild in terms of her look from the side and the way that she ties her neck into the top side of her shoulder. She's really long and level and feminine there out of her hip, and I like her cow power and I like her set to her hock and that cowy look that she has there. She can go out and travel the ground for days. One that I questioned how much stoutness and natural thickness she had in her, and I'd also like to tuck her up in her sternum there just a little bit. I know it gets hard to keep these females together as we get some age and some size on them, but I think that's one that has quality. The other female that rounds us out here is one that I think, again, you just have to appreciate her femininity and her look from the side. I like her smoothness there through her shoulder and her elevation and extension through her front end. A female that maybe doesn't have as much power through her pin. She wants to get just a little bit rounder there, but one that I think certainly deserves to be out here. I'm going to leave the 2 class winners together. The young lady pulling out here is going to have your champion, and the white heifer will be reserved. Congratulations to both of them.
Your Division 6 Senior Heifer Champion comes from Class 111A. That is entry 4167 from Clara Wallace of Vandalia, Missouri. Your Reserve Champion comes from our Class 111B. That is entry 4184 from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Menduro, Wisconsin. At this time within our Highland show, we will now take out our ring and bring up our division winners. Our judge will now select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion females. Now walking into the ring is our division winners For your Highland Heifer Show, from your Division 1 of Intermediate Heifer Calves, your champions, 40-42 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. The reserve for Division 1, 40-38 from Highland Connection of Lawrence, Kansas. From your second division of Junior Heifer Calves, champion 40-88 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. Your reserve champion 40-80 from Star Lake Cattle of George Mills, New Hampshire. From your third division of Senior Heifer Calves, your champion 4100 from Willow Prairie Farms of Fremont, Indiana. Your reserve champion 4101 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. From your Division 4 of Intermediate Yearling Heifers, your champion 4124 from Hollowcroft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. Your reserve champion from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. From your fifth division of Junior Yearling Heifers, your champion 4147 from Storybrook Farm and Joe and Shauna Toth of Troy, South Carolina. The reserve champion 4155 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. And from our last division, your champion of Senior Heifers, 4167 from Clara Wallace of Vandalia, Missouri. And the reserve champion being 4184 from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Mindoro, Wisconsin. Those are your division winners for your judge, Melissa Smith, to select your grand champion and reserve grand champion females. The 2025 National Western Stock Show Grand Champion Highland Heifer will receive a bronze trophy sponsored by Silva's Highlands and a traveling trophy by Black Watch Farms. Your reserve grand champion female receives a bronze trophy sponsored by Dan Utter. After our grand and reserve grand champions have been selected within our Highland Show, we will be pausing for our bagpipes to come back into the ring. We will have our members from the Denver and District Pipe Band play off our champion and grand champion Highland Heifers. In the ring at this time for your Prospect Steer Show is now class number 14. Class number 14 is a new division. This is our fifth division. Division 5 will run for classes 14, 15, and 16. Within class number 14, we have 11 entries. Entry Cannon Ryman with a weight of 939. Haley Walker with a weight of 942. Cade Temple, 943. Riley Joseph, 945. Quentin Ross Harwood, 949. Jake King, 954. Cadence Henhart, 955. Ryden Post, 960. Luke Andis, 961. Sidney Romano Sonneman, 962. And Chesney Prince with a weight of 963. Those are your entries that will make up class number 14 of your Prospect Steers.
Well, as we get out here in the grand drive of our female show for the Highland side of things, I'm really impressed with the cattle that we've got standing out here. And while they're not all the same, I think that they've come together and they all look the part and look like they deserve to be out here. And we can certainly talk about the cattle all day long, and I think we've talked about them in depth within their respective classes. And I guess before we get too far, I know we've still got a few more things to do here. We've got a bull show still to sort, and we've got some other group classes and whatnot. But I just wanted to take a minute and just kind of reflect about what this stadium arena means to so many people as we're standing here for the last time up on the hill. And just looking around and thinking about the history that Denver has in this building in particular and what it means to so many of us, I think it's pretty incredible. And the opportunity that I've been given to stand here and give you all my opinion as one of the last people to come through this ring on this side of the microphone, I don't know how to fully express what a humbling experience that is for me, and just an awesome opportunity. My husband's grandfathers showed cattle down in the yards in the 1950s, and my family showed cattle here all of our lives, and now I'm on a third generation with my son and daughter. We've got cattle that we've had up here all week, and it's just really an outstanding place to build memories. And while I know that it's not going to be the same standing here with this amazing building and these flags and just the awe of this stadium arena that was built so long ago, I know that the future's bright, and I look forward to the legacy that we're all going to continue to build down in the yards in a state-of-the-art facility. So before I get to more on a soapbox or down a rabbit hole, I'll leave it with that. Again, thank you so much to all you exhibitors for bringing such a high-quality set of cattle out here. There's no doubt that they've met my expectation and far exceeded it in many cases. And whether you're standing out here right now or whether you have gone back to the barn, I hope that you'll remember that today it's my opinion, and I get to go out and select the kind of cattle that I prefer and the kind of cattle that I like. But at the end of the day, you have to take and choose what works in your program and where you want to take your program in terms of the type and kind of cattle that you're wanting to raise. So I guess don't be discouraged if you weren't as high as you wanted to be today. Keep pushing for the ceiling and reaching your goals. And so with that, I'm going to go out and I'll show you the one that I like best for your champion, and we'll pull in a second and resort. Folks around ringside, if you would, please give all of these exhibitors a round of applause. It's been a tremendous female show.
Your grand champion female comes from Division 4 of Intermediate Yearling Heifers. That is 4124 from Hollowcroft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. We'll now roll a reserve champion from Division 4. Our judge, Melissa Smith, will now take the considerations and pick your reserve grade champion.
As we drop our reserve in here, I think she fits in the lineup nicely. And in that division, we talked about those heifers both being very elite in terms of their kind, and yet a little bit different in terms of the things that they brought to the table. And I think that this heifer certainly is in contention. For me, it comes down to a couple of them, but at the end of the day, I am going to keep those two together. Young lady, you're going to have a reserve champion female. Congratulations to you. Yes, ma'am.
Your reserve grand champion, Highland female, comes also from your Division 4, your reserve champion from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Congratulations to all of our Highland female exhibitors. We will clear out our ring and make way for our Denver and District Bagpipe Band to make their way to serenade our champions and reserve champions after the conclusion of our selection, I believe, over in our Prospect Steer Show.
As we round out our female division here on the Highland side, we've only got a single entry on our cow-calf division, but my gosh, are they deserving of a national champion banner. And I've had the opportunity over the years to see this particular firm bring a lot of high-quality cattle for me to evaluate, and it never fails. They've got a cow-calf pair that's just dynamite, and this one's no different. This is a 6-year-old cow that's just in the prime of her life and doing exactly what she's supposed to do. She's raising a big old nice stout made attractive looking bull calf there that's a June born, and she still maintains a lot of structural quality and fleshing ability and still comes to us with an incredible udder. And even though there's nobody out here to run against them, if you would please put your hands together for these exhibitors on an excellent national champion cow-calf pair, very deserving of the award, and a lot of work to stand out here for just one head, but very, very deserving. You should be proud of this pair. Congratulations.
Your results for Class 302 of your cow-calf pairs for your Highland Show. First place and your grand champion cow-calf pair receiving a trophy sponsored by Trafalgar Square Farm and traveling trophy by Bighorn Highlands Ranch. Your champion being 4188 from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Minduro, Wisconsin. We will pause both of our shows because we will have something very unique. We will have our Denver and District Pipe Band come in and serenade our champions, I believe, at this time. Also, while we're waiting for our Pipe District Band to come in, I want to make sure that we announce for our Highland sale, your consignor meeting normally happens inside Stadium Arena, but because of the fact that there's going to be the Llama and Alpaca Show, that consignor meeting for tomorrow's national sale will take place just outside the vet shack that is just down the ramp outside of Stadium Arena, between the Stadium Arena and the show barns. So again, the Highland consignor meeting for tomorrow's national sale will take place between Stadium Arena and the show barns. So please meet up at the vet shack that is just to the right of Stadium Arena as you walk to the arena. A special thank you to the Denver and District Pipe Band for playing and serenading our champion Highland heifers. While we have a minute before our shows get back underway, if you're sitting ringside or watching online, if for some reason you get the urge to purchase yourself a Highland, there will be a opportunity for you to do so tomorrow. There'll be the National Highland Sale. It's an opportunity for Highland cattlemen and women to showcase their top animals, purchase their next breeding piece, and network with other producers and breeders from across the country. You can stop by and enjoy the high-quality livestock and fellowship tomorrow at 10 a.m. And for those of our exhibitors and consigners that are participating in the Highland Sale, the meeting of consigners normally is in Stadium Arena. This year, we will have our consigner meeting at the Vet Shack that is in between Stadium Arena and the show barn. Because the Llama and Alpaca Show will be going underway as soon as our show concludes here, that consigner meeting has moved. It normally is in here, but due to the scheduling conflicts, we will have that consigner meeting in between Stadium Arena at the Vet Shack at the old wash rack facility between Stadium Arena and the show barn. We are now underway with our prospect steers classes. We'll give our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman, a chance to look at class number 15. Class number 15 is the second class within division number 5. We'll have entries from Summer Wangaro of weight 965, Cade Temple with a weight of 974, Landon Spate 975, Owen Hockaday with a weight of 977, Ben Mathis with a weight of 981. Kaysen Johnson with a weight of 985. Jace Hines with a weight of 985. Tinley Bivens with a weight of 985. And rounding out class number 15 is Riley Harmon with a weight of 990. These are your 9 entries that will make up class 15 of Division 5 of your prospect steers. And just so you know, for scheduling purposes, the Highland Show has paused for pictures at the backdrop. We will get a chance to have all of our champions walk across the backdrop with our official photographers of Legacy Livestock Imaging. We appreciate them being the official photographers once again of the 2025 National Western Stock Show. Once our pictures have concluded at the backdrop, we will move into our bull show. We'll start up with Class 201 of bull calves. It's been a while since we've talked about our judge, so we'll do so once more. Our judge for our Prospect Steer Show is Dr. Ryan Rathman. Dr. Ryan is an associate professor of beef cattle biology and a holder of the John W. and Doris Jones Endowed Professorship in the Department of Animal and Food Sciences at Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas. Ryan has a BS in animal science and an MS in reproductive physiology from Texas A&M and a PhD in ruminant nutrition from Texas Tech. Ryan teaches courses in the cow-calf management, animal breeding, and genetics and artificial insemination courses. He conducts diversified applied research, including culling cow reconditioning, confined and semi-confined cow-calf system management, and beef cow sustainability. Ryan is the all-time winningest coach in collegiate history. Man, that's a flex right there if he's the best coach in all of history. He's got 3 championship teams with Texas A&M and 6 for TTU. He's also got 5 national championship meat animal evaluation teams. Ryan operates R&K Cattle, a registered Red Angus seed stock operation. He judges livestock shows extensively across the United States and abroad. To date, he and his family have sorted over 400 shows in 40-plus states. Ryan is married to Kayla Coles Rathman, and they have 2 beautiful daughters named Kinley, who's 15, and Carly, who is 13. We appreciate Dr. Rathman and all of his accolades taking the time to evaluate our prospect steers for the National Western Stock Show. Results for Class 15 of your prospect steers: 9th place, Riley Harmon. 8th place, Ben Mathis. 7th place, Cade Temple. 6th place, Jace Hines. 5th place, Tinley Bevins. 4th place, Landon Spate. 3rd place, Summer Wangaro. 2nd place, Owen Hockaday. And your class winner is Kaysen Johnson. Making their way into your Southern Show ring for your prospect steers is class number 16. Class 16 is our final class for the day. We'll have entries in this class with a weight range of 1,000 pounds to 1,080 pounds. Class 16 has entries Taylor Kennedy with a weight of 1,000 pounds. J.W. Burgett with a weight of 1,009. Donovan West with a weight of 1,012. Porter Schneider with a weight of 1,013. J.W. Burgett with another entry. This one weighs 1,014. Davey Frost with a weight of 1,015. Trace Johnson with a weight of 1,016. Ainsley Kramer with a weight of 1,036. Cash Pratt with a weight of 1,040. Lucas Mullins with a weight of 1,056. Ryan Sposito with a weight of 1,058. And our last entry that makes up Class 16 comes from Sadie McWhirter with a weight of 1,080. Those are your 12 entries that will make up your last class of your prospect steers. Your results for Class 16 of your prospect steers: 12th place, Porter Schneider; 11th place, Donovan West; 10th place, J.W. Burgett; 9th place, Ainsley Kramer; 8th place, Lucas Mullins; 7th place, Ryan Spacito; 6th place, J.W. Burgett; 5th place, Taylor Kennedy; 4th place, Sadie McWhirter; 3rd place, Davy Frost; 2nd place, Trace Johnson; and your class winner was Cash Pratt. At this time, within our Prospect Steer Show, we will bring back our top exhibitors from classes 14, 15, and 16. Our judge will select your top 5 from your division number 5, the last division for your Prospect Steers. We welcome back our Highland exhibitors to our show ring. We will have in the ring Class 201 of our Highland bull calves born of May 1st of 2024 or later. Within this class, we will have entries 4190 from Cobb Hollow Farms of Pigscott, Iowa. 4192 comes from Cobb Hollow Farms. 4193 comes from Mid-Lakes Highlands of Mindoro, Wisconsin. 4195 comes from 4-Star Highlands from Olathe, Kansas. 4196 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming, and 4197 from Sky High Farms of Coldwater, Michigan. Those are the entries that are slated to be in your class of 201. This is our first class and the only class in the division of intermediate bull calves. So first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion intermediate bull calves.
As we get back to business over here on our Highland side of the ring and start our bull show, we've got 3 really high-quality bull calves that come out here, and I'm going to leave them exactly the way they stand. The young lady here in the black's going to have your class winner. He was the bull calf on that national champion cow-calf pair, and I think he's very unique in this lineup, and he's kind of the combination of the 2 bulls that come out right behind him. This one's stout and really opened up out of the backside of his blade there. He comes back into a big square pin, and then I still like his mobility that he brings to the ground, and he couples that with a really neat look from the side as well. I think the future's bright for this guy and a really nice, comfortable place to start for me as we get going on our bull show here. The two that are second and third, I think, are a little bit different in terms of their type and kind. The really good-looking one is going to be this frosty-tipped bull calf that ends up second today. I read this guy maybe to be just a nickel flatter in terms of the shape to his pins and the shape to his stifle, but I think that he still gets out and keeps himself collected when we ask him to go. Just a nickel better than does the bull calf that ends up third. If you like him extra stout and powerful with some additional shape, you probably are going to switch that pair, and I wouldn't argue with you. The young lady's bull calf that's going to be third is one that you have to appreciate the amount of muscle and just the hip and width that he has. Maybe just puts it all together in a little bit of a rounder package. He's a little bit bolder there about his shoulder, a little bit rounder out of his pin set, and doesn't want to keep his top line collected quite as nicely when we ask him to go, but still a nice high-quality bull calf to sit third in our initial class here. Congratulations to all of them. While Mr. Rathman over there takes another look, I'm going to go ahead and talk this class on our Highland Bull side. I'm going to use the more proportional black bull here to win this class, one that I think is just naturally denser throughout, one that I think puts himself together more collectively on the move, and I like those things about him. An extra long-bodied bull that's got some extension and some growth in the young man's red bull, and you have to like those things about him. I'd like to just make him a little bit more eye-appealing when we ask him to get himself collected and set up. He wants to get just a nickel easy in his top line. He drops that pin set and just kind of wants to track up underneath himself when we set him into motion, but that's a nice kind of bull as well. Congratulate those two exhibitors if you would, please.
Your Division 5 top 5 for your prospects. 5th place, Chesney Prinz. 4th place, Trace Johnson. 3rd place, Kaysen Johnson. 2nd place, Cash Pratt. And Division 5 winner, Canyon Riemann. At this time, we will now bring back all of our division winners, and our judge, Dr. Ryan Rathman, will do the honors of selecting your champion and reserve champion prospect steers. In the Highland Show ring at this time is Class 202B of bull calves. These bull calves were born on March 1st through April 5th of 2024. We have entries 4205 from Circle V Cattle Company of Gordon, Nebraska. 4206 from Highland Connection of Lawrence, Kansas. 4207 from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. 4208 from Storybrook Farm of Winchester, Tennessee. 4210 from Brett Valley Highlands of Orleans, Nebraska. Those are your entries that will make up Class 202B of your Highland Bulls.
a really interesting class of young Highland bulls to put together over here. And I guess for me, when you start analyzing them as individuals and then coming back and bringing them to comparison collectively and decide how you want to line them up, if you're standing ringside and you've got them a little bit differently than I do, I wouldn't argue with you. I definitely think that we could change all of these bulls from a structure standpoint in a spot or two, and it might make it a little bit easier to sort. But I think you just have to decide what you're willing to accept and where you're going to draw the line in the sand and make a decision. And for me, the young man's silver bull here that's going to win is the one that I just feel has the most total good when we start adding up all the boxes. This guy's extremely powerful. Anywhere you want to analyze him, huge pin set, lots of stifle and rear end in that guy, and I think he still puts it all together in a nice enough package. I think he is one of the boldest, most genuine in terms of his forerib and his rib shape, and then maintains that back into his flank. He might get just a nickel stealthy through his front end, and I would like to change that about him, but I think that that's the bull that when we just start putting the most good together, he's the one that I feel most comfortable starting with. Young lady, I won't lie, the black bull's the one that I really, really want to love. He's the one that when he hit the gate, I was like, man, this is a highly presented, good-looking dude, and I really wanted to use him to win. I just don't know that there's enough in him. He still reads extremely green and immature, and that's okay. His better days are still ahead, I think, and so I wouldn't get too discouraged. I just wish that he held himself together a little nicer as we go. He wants to get that top line up in him, wants to tuck up in that flank, and just doesn't keep himself together quite as nicely as I would like to see, but that's a good one to stand second. I'm sure she's a little disappointed in that placing. The brindle calf that comes out here next is one that, again, has a massive top side skeleton in him, really powerfully constructed there. This is a guy that I read to maybe fall out of power as we take him to the ground. He wants to close up there in his hocks and get just a bit base narrow. He wants to splay those front feet out just a little more than what I deem ideal, but I still prefer his natural body and his doability and the look that he gives us from that standpoint over the young man's bull that comes out here next. If you like him extremely extended through their front end and just really wicked cool looking from the side, you're going to tie into this guy. He's big boned, he's big footed, and I like all those things about him. I just read this one to be a little harder doing throughout. He's tighter in his forerib, he's just shallower in his body, and hopefully as he matures and grows, he's going to drop that belly just a little bit and look a little bit different. Today I just read him to be a nickel hard. Quite the opposite story for the young lady's bull that's going to round us out here. That's a deep-sided, deep-flanked one that you have to appreciate those things about. He does have a big pin set in him and probably a nickel more stifle than the bull that goes out right ahead of him. I read him to be a little bit smaller-footed and just doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the bulls that go out ahead of him, but a nice prospect for her as well. If you would, please congratulate all those exhibitors.
Results for Class 202B of your Highland Bull Calves. 5th place, 4205 from Circle V Cattle Company. 4th place, 4207 from T. Ross Cattle Company of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. 3rd place, 4210 from Rep Valley Highlands of Orleans, Nebraska. 2nd place, 4206 from Highland Connection of Lawrence, Kansas. And your class winner, 4208 from Storybrook Farm of Winchester, Tennessee. Within your Highland Show, we will now have Class 203 of bull calves born of January 1st through February 29th of 2024 enter the ring. We have entries 4212 from 4-Star Highlands of Olathe, Kansas. 4213 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. 4214 from Clearwater Springs Highlands of Brighton, Colorado. 4216 from Beyond Hope Farm of Glendale, Minnesota. And 4217 rounds out our class from Schulte Farms of Kearney, Nebraska. And over in your Prospect Steer Show ring, we have our champion and reserve champions from their divisions. From division number 1, Natty Hood Bremer with a weight of 718. Your champion from division 2 is Croy Riemann with a weight of 792. Your champion from division 3, Abby Talok with a weight of 869. From division 4, Luke Andes with a weight of 930. And your 5th division champion is Cannon Ryman with a weight of 939. Your reserve champions that are in the ring from division number 1, Caleb Thompson, 690. Division 2 reserve champion, Vienna Sells Jamie with a weight of 804. From Division 3, your reserve champion, Shay Stone, 869. From Division 4, Danica Prinz with a weight of 903. And from Division number 5, your reserve champion, Cash Pratt, with a weight of 1040. Those are your champion and reserve champions. For consideration for your judge to select your grand and reserve grand champion prospect steers.
A nice class of Highland bull calves over here that comes together quickly for me, and I think the one that wins does so pretty handily in my mind. He's pretty three-dimensional anywhere you want to analyze him. He's good enough looking, and he's super sound and has that advantage over the entire class. A bull that I think just has to win. A nice one for that young man. Congratulations to you. A really burly made type of a bull that's going to come out here in the black calf, one that's extremely extended from his shoulder forward. He's got some extra length of body. I read this guy to be tighter in his forerib and maybe not quite as bold and genuine in the shape to his rib cage. He wants to get just a little bit flatter throughout, and I think that's true of his muscle pattern as well. Maybe just closes up ever so slightly as we get in behind him, but that's a bull that I think has some value and some nice balance pieces. I'd like to set him down just with a little bit more softness and comfort on his rear pastern. From time to time, he wants to snap that just a little more than what I'd like to see, but that's a nice bull to sit second as well. The brindle bull that's going to come out here in third is one that when he is parked and the young lady gets his head up, holy cow, he's fancy from the side, and you have to appreciate those things about him. I just wish that he kept himself together a little nicer on the move. He wants to tuck his pins. He wants to kind of get base narrow there for as much muscle as he's working up through his pin set and down his top. He just doesn't maintain that genuine width underneath, and for me, that's what gets him put in that third hole. The bull that goes ahead and ends up fourth in this class is one that has some weight per day of age. He's got some depth of body and some length, one that I think gets out and moves okay. He's just a little uncoordinated, though, in terms of the way that he handles that rear hock. He just needs more muscle and power throughout to move up any higher in this class, but the gentleman does a good job with him as well. If you will, please put your hands together for those four exhibitors.
Your prospect steer champion comes from Division 5. That is Cannon Ryman with a weight of 939. Your reserve grand champion comes from Division 4. That is Luke Andis with a weight of 930.
I'm going to jump in real quick over here on the division of our Highland Bulls side of things. It's pretty clear cut for me. The young man circling there with the Class 3 winner in this division is going to be your champion. We're going to follow him with their second place out of that class for reserve of this division. Congratulations to all of you in this drive.
Your third overall for your prospect steers comes from Division number 3. That is Abby Talak with a weight of 869. Your fourth overall comes from Division 4. That is Danica Prinz with a weight of 903. And your fifth overall comes from Division number 5. That is Cash Pratt with a weight of 1040. Congratulations to all of our prospect steer exhibitors. Now that our prospect steer has concluded over in our southern show ring, it'll give us a chance to focus specifically on our Highlands over here. Some results to get to from your division of junior bull calves. Your champion was crowned. That was 42-13 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. They receive a banner sponsored by Husker Show Cattle. Your reserve champion junior bull calf was 42-17 from Schulte Farms of Kearney, Nebraska. They receive a banner sponsored by Bull Run Farm. In the ring at this time now is Class 204 of Highland Bull Calves, born of September 1st through December 31st of 2023. We have in this class entries 42-18 from Cassibe Farms of Prosperity, Pennsylvania, 42-19 from Cross Cattle Company of Kinderdale, Pennsylvania, and 42-20 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. Now we'll hear from our judge, Melissa Smith.
Only 3 entries here in this class, and it also is a division. And for me, there's no doubt that the young man here coming out in the middle is going to have your division champion. That one is much like the kind that I've been sorting for all day. He's unique in his proportions. He's big-footed and sound at the ground. And then you add on top of that the denseness and just overall capacity that one has. That's the one that has to win, no doubt, in this class. I like the bull here with the other gentleman in the cowboy hat and the blue shirt here to be reserved. This one reads with an incredible amount of shape as you get out of the backside of his shoulder. He's got some upper hip and he's got some dimension as you watch him go away. He just doesn't put it all together in quite as neat of a package. He's a little greener in terms of his condition, and that's okay. One that I think we just need to smooth up, and I'd certainly like to change this front knee structure and the way that he handles his front end to move him up any higher, but that's a good one for that gentleman as well. Again, we have a high-performing, growthy type of a bull that's going to round us out here in this class, one that's long-bodied and extended through his front end, a bull, though, that just gets flatter made as we study him throughout, one that wants to drop his pins and just doesn't have the overwhelming amount of muscularity and quality from the side as those that go out ahead of him. Congratulations to that exhibitor as well.
Your results for Class 204 of your Highland Bull Calves. Third place, 42-20 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. Second place, and your reserve champion, Division 9 Senior Bull Calf, receiving a banner sponsored by Lone Star Highlands, is 42-18 from Kasabi Farms of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. Your class winner and your champion Senior Bull Calf, receiving a banner sponsored by Rocking T Highlands, is 42-19 from Cross Cattle Company of Kinderdale, Pennsylvania. We'll move right along and go into Class 205 of Highland Bulls, born of May 1st through August 31st of 2023. Class 205 will have entries 42-21 from Shanabergan Acres of Elizabeth, Colorado, and 42-22 from Grimes Hoosiers Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. These are the only two entries that are in this class. This is the only class in its division, so first and second within this class become your champion and reserve champion intermediate yearling bulls.
Only a couple head in this class and in this division, and for me, the cattle sort themselves on the move, and the young lady in the black sweater here is going to have your division champion. He's just so much better when we set him into motion in terms of the way that he handles his top line. He's more relaxed in the angle to his shoulder, and he flexes that hock and rear pastern more appropriately. I would like to open him up and just make him more robust throughout, but I think that's true of both bulls in this division, and so to me, that's a wash, and the difference is really their balance and their structural correctness, and that's how I see the sort there. This bull here, you do have to appreciate his extra extension. That's a bull that I think has a big foot in him, maybe not quite the right hoof shape. I'd maybe like to redesign him there ever so slightly, and I'd like to just power him up out of the backside of his shoulder, make him keep himself together a nickel better, but that's one that I think is deserving of a banner as well. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Your results for Class 205 of your Highland Bulls. Second place and your reserve champion intermediate yearling bull, receiving a banner sponsored by Twin Flower Farm, is going to be 42-21 from Shanabergan Acres of Elizabeth, Colorado. And winning the class and your champion intermediate yearling Highland Bull, receiving a banner sponsored by H&H Cattle, is entry 4222 from Grimes Hoosier Highland Farm of Waynetown, Indiana. We will now make way for Class 206. Class 206 will be Highland Bulls born of January 1st through April 30th of 2023. We will have entries 4224 from Kasabi Farm of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. 4225 from 11 Amber Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 4227 from Sea Wind Meadows of Dennis, Massachusetts. 4229 comes from Gordon's Fold of Bennett, Colorado. 4230 from Hollowcroft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. And 4231 from Trey Falger Square Farm and Joe and Shayna Toth of North Pomfret, Vermont. This is the only class in the division, the only division in its class, as well as going to be your champion and reserve champion for your first and second. If we have a paramedic in the facilities, please make your way behind the announcer stand. We have someone down. If we have a paramedic in the building, please send them our way. Thank you.
As we start to get into some of our older bulls over here on the Highland side, I think we're left with two black bulls here on the profile that are a little bit different in terms of their type and kind. The really short-backed, proportional one is the gentleman's here with the black cowboy hat. That's the one that you just have to appreciate the quality that he brings to the table. He's the athlete in the class, no doubt. Maybe there's some that like to see him just a little bit stouter made throughout, but I think he's plenty stout enough. I think he balances nice, but I think he's different than the young man's bull that is over here to my right, or to my left, your right, depending on where you're standing. But this one here is bigger in his outline. He probably has more genuine shape right out of the backside of his shoulder. That's a bull that I read to be just a nickel tighter in his forerib, maybe not the natural softness as the bull that stands right there in front of him, one that maybe doesn't keep himself quite as collected as we ask him to stand there. For me, the one up in the front's just a little bit more my speed in terms of his structure and his proportions and his balance. If you like to switch those two, I wouldn't argue with you for a minute. First and second, that's a nice pair of bulls to be in this class. From there, I think you got to make some calls and just decide what you're going to do. For me, the bull that is third here, the yellow bull, is one that I just read to have more doability, more flexibility to him throughout, one that has enough muscle, not overwhelming from that standpoint, huge-footed. I like that about him. I think he just is the one that fits nicely into that third hole. The gentleman's bull that comes out here next is one that has some extra shape through his stifle as you get in behind him. He's got a little bit more natural thickness down his top, perhaps. That's one that maybe just doesn't put it all together for me quite as nicely. He doesn't handle his feet and legs as good as I'd like. And then because of the way he's fit, he's a little awkward in terms of his tail head there and his hip and the way that that all fits together. But a bull that maybe if you had him a spot higher, you could argue either way on that. This young lady's gray bull that comes out here next is one that I think when he's parked, you like a lot of things about him in terms of just the lines that he portrays. A bull that has some flashiness about him from that standpoint. He's just a little too raw for me in his general makeup all the way through. I read this guy to be tighter in his forerib, higher and more cut up there in his flank. Just not enough of him, and just that softness that I like to go ahead and move him up any higher, but the young lady does a nice job of getting him shown. Another extremely long-bodied bull that comes out here next, one that I think you have to appreciate the masculinity that he's got through his head and his front end there. A bull that for me, we just need to give him a little bit more balance, maybe give him a different set of running gear. He's a little awkward in the way that he handles all four of his legs, but the young man does a nice job with him as well. If you would, please congratulate those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 206 of your Highland Bull Show. 6th place, 42.25 from 11M Ranch of Guffey, Colorado. 5th place, 42.27 from Sea Wind Meadows of Dennis, Massachusetts. 4th place, 42.24 from Kasabi Farm of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. 3rd place, 42.29 from Gordon's Fold of Bennett, Colorado. 2nd place, and your reserve champion, Junior Yearling Bull, receiving a banner sponsored by TC Highlands, is 42.31 from Trafalgar Square Farm and Joe or Shayna Toth of North Profit, Vermont. Your class winner and your champion Junior Yearling Bull is 42.30 from Hollowcroft Cattle Company of Whiteford, Maryland. They receive a banner sponsored by Southeast Highland Cattle Show and Sale. Up next in the program would be Class 207 of Highland Bulls, born of July 1st through December 31st of 2022. We'll have entries 42.32 from Griffin Ranch LLC of Globe, Arizona. 42.33 from Winland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. 42.34 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. And those will be the three entries that make up Class 207 of your Highland Bulls.
As we get into some of these bigger bulls out here and they get out here and start kind of acting tough and wanting to bow up a little bit, I think it can be hard to get a read sometimes on their structure. And this bull that's going to go ahead and win our class from time to time maybe doesn't give you the most awesome look in his top line when he gets around the arena, but if you study his angle and the way that his knee is constructed, his shoulder and his knee and the way that it hits the ground there, and then the way that he has some flex and cushion to his hock and pastern, I read that bull to be sound enough, and there's no doubt that he's the good-looking, stout-made bull out here, the place that I just feel the most comfortable starting. Congratulations to that young lady. The white bull's going to be second out here. I think he just comes to us in a smoother made, more attractive package. I also think that he's got the bigger foot. Now, I would like to pick him up on his rear pasterns ever so slightly. He wants to get pretty soft there, and I'd like to change that about him. But that's a bull that I think has enough muscle. I think he's just smoother and more athletic as we watch him travel the surface. He's the one that's going to be second for me today. The gray bull comes out with quite a bit of shape as you get right behind his shoulder. That's a bull that has some turn to his stifle from the side. One for me that just doesn't balance up nice enough, maybe doesn't handle his feet and legs quite as good as some of the others. He just closes up too much underneath as we watch him coming and going. The gentleman does a good job with him as well. If you will, please put your hands together for those bull exhibitors.
Your results for Class 207 of your Highland Bulls. Third place, 4234 from Hanson Ranch of Elizabeth, Colorado. Second place, 4232 from Griffin Ranch, LLC of Globe, Arizona. And your class winner, 4233 from Winland Flats of Princeton, Minnesota. At this time, we will now make way for Class 208 of our Highland Bulls. Class 208 will be bulls born January 1st through June 30th of 2022. We will have 3 entries that are slated to make up Class 208. Entries 4236 comes from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. 4237 from Nug Plug Farms of Enos, Texas. And 4238 comes from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. Those are your 3 entries that are slated to make up Class 208 of your Highland Bulls. Class 208 is our last individual class for our Highland Bull Show. After the conclusion of our first and second selections here within Class 208, we will bring back our class winners from 207 and 208. Our judge will select your Division 12 senior bulls. Also, a quick update for everybody that was wondering, our paramedic situation has been handled. It looks like the individual that needed attention is doing well, so we appreciate everybody that jumped and rushed quickly to involve themselves in the situation and handle it. It is much appreciated, and we thank everybody for their selfless acts in the time of need for that gentleman who was having a seizure, so we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
a nice pair of bulls up here on the top end of this class, and I'm just going to visit with you about what I see and the things that are rolling through my mind before I tell you how I like them. The young lady's black bull is one that just from a balance and structure standpoint, I like a lot of things about him. I like the extension that he's got from his blade forward. I like the way that he comes out of the backside of his shoulder and keeps himself together a little bit more correctly right there. I think he's the bolder, stouter, ribbed one that's just more honest from that standpoint. You get in behind this guy and you're certainly not disappointed. There was a time or two that as he was going on that first lap, he wasn't wanting to set that pastern down just as nice as what I had hoped. And reading that angle there, you would think there's never a problem, and that's why I circled him a second time to see if he kind of settled in out here and got himself going, and I thought he did that quite well when we made that second lap. That's a bull that I think just has a load of quality about him, a nice bull there. Not to take anything away from the Red Bull, I think he's the kind of high cut ability type of bull, one that probably reads with a little bit more shape, particularly back there over his loin and in his hip, one that for me maybe doesn't come together quite as nicely from a balance standpoint. I read him to be a bit bolder in his shoulder. He's a nickel tighter there in his forerib and his flank, and that's a bull that for as much mass as he's got, I'd like to see him step down on a bigger foot with just a nickel more bone, but that's a darn nice one as well. I'm going to leave him the way they stand. The Black Bull's going to win this class. You'll be second. Not to take anything away from you, young lady, I think that's a nice one as well. He runs into a buzzsaw of a class. That's a bull that when you get off on the side of him, he's straight topped and level out of his hip. A bull that maybe just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. He needs more foot and bone under him as well. I'd like to drop him in his flank a little bit too. Congratulations to you though as well. Put your hands together please if you will for these bull exhibitors. That's a nice pair up there on the top.
Your results for Class 208 of your Highland Bulls. Third place, 4237 from Nug Plug Farms of Enos, Texas. Second place, 4238 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. And your class winner, 4236 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners from 207 and 208. Our judge, Melissa Smith, will select your champion and reserve champion senior bulls. Your champion will receive a banner sponsored by Swallander Highland Cattle Company. Your reserve champion receives a banner sponsored by New River Highland Cattle Farm. Don't forget, Highland exhibitors, your National Highland Sale Consigner meeting will be taking place immediately following the llama and alpacas start time. We will have the consigner meeting in a completely different place. It's normally up here by the announcer's table, but we're actually going to move that just down the ramp off to the left next to the vet shack in between the show barn and Stadium Arena. So again, Highland consigner meeting is going to be down by the vet shack and the old wash racks between Stadium Arena and the show barns.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I won't waste your time here. This was a nice division and 4 bulls that I think look very good as they get out here for this division champion. I'm going to leave the class winner here in front of me as your champion and keep them together. The young man that's second to the Black Bull is going to be your reserve in this division. A nice pair to discuss. Take them how you like them. I like the balance and the structural quality in the Black Bull. Congratulations to both of you.
Your champion senior bull comes from Class 208. That is 4236 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. Your reserve champion also comes from Class 208. That is the second place 4238 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. At this time within our Highland Bull Show, we will now bring back our division winners. Our judge, Melissa Smith, will select your grand and reserve grand champion Highland Bulls for the 2025 National Western Stock Show. Your grand champion bull will receive a bronze trophy sponsored by Howling Springs Farm and a traveling trophy sponsored by Stonecliff Highlands. Your reserve grand champion will receive a bronze trophy sponsored by Howling Springs Farm. Making their way into the ring is our division winners. Your champion intermediate bull calves, 4193 from Mid-Lake Highlands of Minduro, Wisconsin. The reserve intermediate bull calf would be 4196 from Highland Spice of Buffalo, Wyoming. Your champion junior bull calves, 4213 from Keller Ranch of Crestline, Ohio. Your reserve being 4217 from Schulte Farms of Kearney, Nebraska. Your senior bull calf champions, 4219 from Cross Cattle Company of Kinderdale, Pennsylvania. The reserve being Kasibi Farms of Prosperity, Pennsylvania. From your intermediate yearling bull division, your champions, 4222 from Grimes Hoosier Highland Farms of Waynetown, Indiana. The reserve being 4221 from Shonnebergo Acres of Elizabeth, Colorado. Your champions from your junior yearling bull division, 4230 from Hollowcroft Cattle. The reserve being entry 4231 from Trafalgar Square Farm and Joe and Shayna Toth. And rounding out your last class of your divisions of senior bulls, your champion 4236 comes from Howling Springs Farms of Elverson, Pennsylvania. The reserve being 4238, also from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. Those are your division winners. For our judge, Melissa Smith, who has taken the time to evaluate our Highlands all day. We appreciate her doing that, and she'll now top off our show with our grand and reserve grand champion bulls.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please put your hands together for our Highland exhibitors today, not only for the division champions out here before us in the ring, but for all those that are back in the barn as well. When I got asked to do this show, I knew that it would be high quality, and I was excited about the opportunity, and it certainly hasn't disappointed me. I'll try to keep it brief here. I don't have that much wisdom to impart on many of you, but first of all, I would just like to say thank you to Jennifer and her crew here at the National Western for giving me the opportunity to stand here in this iconic arena and sort through the cattle today, and also to the guys at the Highland Association for their confidence in my ability to stand out here and sort their national show. It's truly an honor and a privilege, and I'm not sure that I can exactly express the way that it makes me feel. As a Colorado native, born and raised somewhere that the National Western helped to raise and shape into the cattle person that I am today, there's a lot of things that are very special about this moment. I've got a lot of family around ringside. I got some family and friends watching online, and I just am really humbled by the opportunity here today. In terms of the cattle, I think that they've been extremely good. I think the division winners that we've got out here are second to none. I'm going to go show you the one that I like best. We'll bring in a second place. But if you would please, one more time, one more round of applause. And before you leave here, if you'll just take a minute and take in one last look at this stadium arena and just take it all in. And if these walls could talk, man, the stories they could tell. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much again for the opportunity.
Your grand champion bull for the National Western Stock Show comes from your senior bull division. That is 4236 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania.
I should have kept the microphone in my hand, a rookie mistake there on my part. For me, it comes down to the two bulls here on the infantry reserve, and I think for me personally, as I study them and analyze them, they're both a little bit awkward in the same spot, and that's right there behind their shoulder. I'd maybe like to change them both there just a nickel. I like both of these bulls a great deal, and I know how hard it is to take a big bull and get him here, make him look fresh, make him look the part. People, he's going to be a reserve champion. Congratulations to you. I do like this bull in front of him, though, a great deal as well. One more round of applause, please, if you would, for all of these exhibitors. It's been a pleasure and an honor. Thank you so much again.
Your reserve grand champion for the 2025 National Western Stock Show's Bull Show for the Highlands also comes from that same division of our champion. That'll be entry 4238 from Howling Springs Farm of Elverson, Pennsylvania. Congratulations to our bull exhibitors. We will move into our next slate of classes, which will be our Get of Sires and our Produce of Dam. Those will be our two set of classes that we will have left. And we will also have the coveted Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor announcements here shortly as well. So once again, we'll have our last two set of classes with our Highland show. We'll go up with our Division 13 of Get of Sires and our Division 14 of Produce of Dam. I did misspoke earlier. We will not announce our Premier Breeder and Exhibitor until our banquet, which will happen tomorrow evening. So if you are waiting for that, we have a numbers lady who is really good with numbers, better than I am, and she will tally up and put tabulations together to create your Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor. So those will be announced tomorrow evening. And once again, while we're waiting for our next set of classes, a reminder to our Highland exhibitors that are going to be consigners in the sale tomorrow. Our sale meeting for the consigners will be just down the ramp and off to the left between here and the show barn. We'll have a meeting for the consigners specifically, so if you are there, we're going to be there. So please make sure that you make yourself available as soon as we get concluded here with our Highland show with his two classes that are going to be in the ring. So in the ring is Division 13 of our Get of Sires. We have entry 4239, comes from Grimes Hoosier Highlands of Waynetown, Indiana. And the last entry would be 4240 from Spring Flight Farm, LLC of Elmira, New York. Those are your last two entries for Division 13 of your Get of Sires.
Well, as we wrap things up over here today on our Highland side, I guess our Get of Sire exhibitors have scratched, and so you're looking at the Produce of Dam class here. And obviously, we've got 4 high-quality individuals out here. You've got the pair here that had a division reserve, and we're in contention. We've got some high-quality ones over here as well that were both on the top ends of their class. The bull was a division champion. I think they're both extremely, extremely high quality. For me, I'm going to take the group over here to my right to be your champion. The group over here will be your reserve. All 4 of these are extremely high quality individuals, and I hope that these firms are proud to bring them out here for my evaluation today because they're very high quality and top notch. Again, thank you so much. Congratulations to all of you Highland exhibitors and best wishes as you go forward.
Congratulations to our Produce of Dam exhibitors who are in the ring. This does conclude our show for today, as well as the last time up here on the historic Stadium Arena. Next year, we'll be down in the Legacy Building. We appreciate everybody from the AUK Association, as well as our ringside help, for making our Highland show here at the National Western a great success. We appreciate everybody joining online at ringsidelive.co and nationalwestern.com. We'll have our Llama and Alpaca show get started out here underway as soon as they get themselves put together and get everybody and their exhibitors in here. So we appreciate you joining us, and we'll be back tomorrow with our Prospect Heifer show.